trouble for the song. We probably wouldn't, but because I don't think I've really heard of D-Live doing that kind of stuff, like copyright strike stuff. But I like to play it safe just in case, because I don't know. You know. Our space here on D-Live is highly valued, considering the fact that we're gone from, well, everywhere. Oh, I got to kick Facebook too. Let's see. Could probably do that from my browser here. Yes, indeed. This BS with Twitch pisses me off, man. What was it they said? Violence or something? Encouraging extreme violence. There it is. Encouraging extreme violence, because, we do that all the time. All the time. So, I don't know, maybe they'll undo it again, just like they did last time, because they know it's stupid. Maybe if y'all make enough noise. Oh, Mr. Demo is back. That's good. D3M0. You can find him on YouTube by searching up in the search bar, letter D, number 3, letter M, number 0. Just search for that, and he will be right smack dab up at the top. There he is. I have no association with this. I did not put him up to it. Nope. I just give carte blanche to permission to anybody, anywhere, to do whatever they wish with our live stream. It's not my fault where they put it. It's not my fault. They just do stuff. I didn't do it. Yeah, no audio on the Tiger Network feed. What? Let me check that. Hey, look at that. That's weird. Why isn't it? Oh, well, there's probably, let me test it out just to be sure. There's probably no audio during my show because I have to actually use the microphone because it's streaming from this computer on the Tiger Network. And it, when I'm talking, my voice doesn't come through the desktop audio, which is where it usually pulls from. It would have to come through the mic. So I have to unmute the mic every time I come on air for that. And then if anyone else comes on air with me and talks, it's going to echo. So it causes all sorts of problems. It's got to just be me, or all sorts of funky issues happen on Tiger. And then I got to remember to mute it when I'm done. Just a total pain until we can get it up on its own thing. Oh, okay. So it's always been on my show. That's good to know. Yeah, well, it's in any case, I did just unmute it. So sorry, Tiger Network people. I always forget about that. I know, I'm terrible. And then the other thing is, when I screen share, it doesn't work properly. I have to manually go change the display for the Tiger Network specifically. Big pain in the butt. But at least it's there. And if we somehow get taken off D-Live, then I can just set up the remote server to feed to Tiger Network, and then we won't have any of those issues anymore. Oh, really? Mr. Demo says, my hope is to host a show in the near future. Well, get at me, bruh. Get at me, bruh. Yeah, we could totally squeeze you in. I think we got some schedule shifting happening at some point in the near future this week. There might be room for you somewhere in there, possibly. I'm not sure if we got that fully hammered out or if both slots are taken or what. But even if they are, I know there's other places we could stick you. So, oh, Glory, yeah. If you can, he says, do you want me to have a restreamer for Tiger Network? Yeah, if that's no trouble for you to like set up and do, totally, man. That'd be great. Thank you. And then on top of that, we should be coming up on CloudHub after they get their stuff worked out. I talked to the CEO or founder, I don't know what you call him, but I talked to the guy, the CloudHub guy. And as soon as they move their servers, I guess IBM has like kind of given them shit and they're having trouble. So they're in the process of moving to their own system, like their own server stuff. And after they do that, then he said they're going to get us on. Like, because there'd be no point getting us set up if they're only then going to have to move again in like a week or two or whatever it's going to be. And then we'd have to get it set up again. So I told him, yeah, it's fine. We'll just wait until your move is complete. But yeah, we'll be set up there very soon. Yeah, IBM banned, I either like removed them completely or removed some of their capability because they didn't like some of the people that stream on CloudHub and a lot of the things they say. So kind of have no choice but to move to their own stuff. So, but they're almost done with it. They have only like a week or two to go until that's all set up. So you should see us on CloudHub soon. I think I already have an account there. If you're on CloudHub, our account should be just at PSB. And I also registered at Patriots Soapbox too, just in case. But I think at PSB is maybe easier. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see which one people prefer. I know exactly what you're going to say, Audramatic. Don't worry. At least I'm pretty sure I do. Don't worry. It's already handled. Yeah. So, all right. I think I've blabbed and updated y'all enough on all the various nonsense. So let's jump into deltas. MQG says, I would get more involved, but I've got to build a workstation the way I want and get an office space. Hey, look, pardon me. Oh, man, that was a total, like, surprise burp. You can make excuse after excuse to yourself. And trust me, I did it for so long. I'm not, like, trying to insult you or anything. I'm just saying, like, it's so funny. Like, people always get in this mode where like they tell themselves, oh, well, I'll do so-and-so after I do blah, blah, blah. But only after that, you know, I can't do it until I've done this. I can't do this until I've done that. It's an endless game I used to play with myself. And it would always prevent me from doing stuff that needed doing. So don't let the small stuff get in your way. You can totally find ways to make it work, even if you don't have a perfect office space and a nice lighting setup like little old me and all my fancy nonsense. You don't need all that. All you really need is a microphone, and heck, you don't even really need that. If it really comes down to it, you don't even need that. But I like to say microphone's like the bare minimum. You should at least sound nice, and that's not expensive at all. That's just 40, maybe 40, $50. And if you can't afford it, someone else in the audience can, and we'll make it work. will find a way to get one to you. In fact, I think I have a spare mic somewhere. So I guess you do need decent internet speed. That's the other thing, is decent internet speed, Ethernet cable. Yeah. Hard connection is always good. And no room for egos. Indeed. Yeah. That's another kind of, I hesitate to say requirement, but it's a requirement. Leave the ego at the door. Ideally, don't really have a big one. Be good. Be polite. Don't be pushy. You know how it goes. Dear man, who's taking Brent Winters? Brent is moving time slots at some point. And then I think I'm just going to cover the old one until we get it filled, which I think it pretty much already is. So,
hey, Pam.
Yo.
Yeah,
there he is.
I can kind of fill in a little bit there.
Yeah.
We're Brent's moving to Saturday afternoons, and then the 2 slots. Actually, what's going to happen is Dan Happel will be taking the Tuesday 2-hour slot right after straight shooting on Tuesday, and then we're working on finding somebody else for the Thursday 2-hour slot. Got a couple of irons in the fire. Nothing confirmed on that just yet. In the meantime, I'll just do a Magnum edition until we get somebody for that slot. But the point is we're looking to fill those 4 hours with news, more current news.
Because that's when all the stuff happens, Yeah, that's the time of day everything happens.
Yeah, it's breaking news, things like that. Covering hearings and things like that. We've got a couple of things that we're still working out. I'm working on it, and we'll have it. Should have it figured out by the end of the week. By the end of today, maybe even. So, and actually, Pam, there's some things we need to discuss because Dan Happel has got some great ideas. I need to discuss with you.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Let's. I should probably have some time tomorrow after the MRI thing.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to do it then?
Yeah, we can do that.
We'll chat tomorrow. Cool.
He knows some people that.
Good.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that the one fellow would be great.
Yeah.
What did Alan call it? What's his moniker?
Or Deacon.
Double X. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's super.
Yeah, he was good. Yeah.
So we're working on him, folks, for that second slot. I don't know if that's going to actually happen.
See what happens.
Yeah. He's super though. I really like him.
Got some feelers out there, and so it'll be good. Whatever we come up with, I'm sure. There's some good folks out there.
Yep. Indeed.
All right.
And we can always find a spot for Mr. D3M0. I'm sure we can figure out something. But hey, man, Mr. Austin, you have been talking about doing this for like 2 years now. You've been saying this for like 2 years. I'm gonna get my office worked out. I'm gonna take a slot. I'm pretty sure you have. But sorry if I'm wrong on that. But I feel like you said this like before, maybe like a year or two ago. Get on it, man. Get on it. People love you. I'd love to see you in a time slot. So do it. Yeah, Roxy. I know everyone misses Roxy. I miss Roxy big time, but Roxy still comes on like as she's able. Obviously, she joins Radix and she pops into my show from time to time when I'm talking about stuff she has stuff to give input on. So she's still here. Same with 80s Aaron. So don't worry. I think I saw someone say I'm gonna miss Brent. Don't worry. Brent's not going anywhere. He's just moving slots to the weekend. So don't worry. You don't have to miss him. He's still with us. Yeah, isn't that I like what Roxy's doing now. Like just kind of no pressure on her. She can just join Radix whenever, and they have really good kind of thing going on. I think they do really well together. A lot of knowledge in two lovely ladies, in just crammed into 2 hours. It's so awesome. It's great. They're a very good team. So I like the way it's working, and I think she does too. So kind of takes off some of the pressure she used to feel. I mean, she used to have this massive time slot, and that's a lot of pressure, and it's a real drag. It totally drains you. Believe me, it totally drains you. And that's just doing normal time slots that can totally drain you. Doing a 4-hour slot is rough. So I'm sure she kind of appreciates the lack of constant pressure to appear for that amount of time all the time. It's totally rough. So it works. Yeah, it works very good. It works very good. Seawolf says if Aaron and Radix and Roxy were on, OMG, 5-hour show. Yeah, that would totally kick butt. That would be a lot of fun. I don't even know how that would work though. Like Radix and Roxy already have so much to say. How are they going to make room for another wonderful, just an awesome mind like Aaron? That's an overload, dude. I think the two of them are probably enough. Yeah, you do exactly. You need like 6 hours. Yeah. Stable, yeah, Stable's awesome too. Get Stable on the weekends. All right, enough. We've already did a little way half the show. Let's jump into this and we'll see what we have. Here we go. Well, I guess we'll start with the 3-year. We'll start with the oldest. Why not? Oh yeah, and Pinata's back too. Yeah, Pinata's back. That's right. He was gone for a little while because I think he had family stuff to deal with, but he's back now. And he's another awesome. How the heck could that's 3 really, really smart people in one short 2-hour slot, please look at 26. It's a 26-day delta since the last post. Okay, I'll check that out. Let's do that right now. And then we'll jump into deltas. Pardon me. 26, November 1st, 2017. Think about it logically. The only way is the military, fully controlled, save and spread. Once 11.3 verifies as first marker, biggest advanced drop on Paul. Interesting. All right, so 3-year delta. So these begin on the 6th. It's like a 2 days before and 2 days after kind of thing. Yeah, I know. Everyone on PSP is awesome. We got a good crew. It's hard to find that. Obviously it's taken the better part of 3 years to put together the crew we've got. Doesn't happen overnight. Takes a long time to filter out those who aren't serious, those who clash with others, let's say. It's taken a long time and a lot of pain. just mental anguish for yours truly. Yeah, it's been rough. But enough. We got to jump to these. All right, do we have any actually appearing on the 8th? I think we do. I feel like we ought to focus on those first. Oh man, IT Coder. Totally forgot about him. Yeah. Man, you all gotta stop distracting me with the reminiscence and the nostalgia. Stop distracting me. Like terrible ADD. You know this. All right, so we only have like 2 posts on the 8th. IT Coder. Should I read the post in IT Coder voice? Renee J. James. Thank you. I can't do it. These people are sick. What was it? Used to say something really funny. Me and Firecracker, we put together this funny video of him. Something about a toilet plunger. I wish I could remember what this was, but it was the funniest thing.
Yeah. He was really good at saying "end of the day." At the end of the day,
yeah, man, I loved his voice. Wish we still had contact with him. I don't know what happened to him. iNet Coder, that was his name, not IT Coder. It was iNet Coder. That was it. This is iNet Coder. Yep. All right, so our next one is number 304 video. Long gone. Says these people are sick. I wish I could tell you what that was.
check Zoom chat. I just got a phone call.
Okay. Okay, cool. Good. Sweet. Well, let me see if I can figure out what this... Now I want to know what this video is. Google, come on, give me something on this. Images. I want to know what the video was, dang it. See, Anand should have had some foresight here and archived the videos themselves. Damn. Oh, and there's another interesting piece right there. Where's the archive? What is the archive now not working? It looks like Monday was tagged into the name line of this post, 304. Where are those images at? See, right there. Yep, that's definitely the post. You can see right up there on the name line, Q input Monday in all caps. Don't know what that's about. Huh. Well, yep, this has nothing. This has nothing on what the actual video was, sadly. Lost to history. I'm sure there's some way it could be dug up somehow, but for now, lost. All right, let's see what's up next. For the 2-year. Nothing on the 2-year, but let's see what's coming up. I guess we may as well see what's coming up on 3-year too. Because I think there's a bunch for tomorrow. Oh yeah. Ton on the 9th. Look at that. lot of them. My goodness. All right, so there's the one we just covered. This is your land, this is your home, and it's your voice that matters the most. So speak up, be heard, and fight, fight, fight for the change you've been waiting for your entire life. Merry Christmas, and thank you, Pensacola, Florida. That's all Q posted. Next up, 306. Oh, news unlocks map. Future proves past. Why was the Lord's Prayer posted? Which version? Why is this relevant? What just came out regarding the Lord's Prayer? What can be connected? Do you believe in coincidences? Re-review the map post-relevant news drops. Post-relevant news drops. Godfather 3, Q. Okay, so do you believe in coincidences? I'm going to, hate to do it, but I'm going to take a detour here. Gotta take a detour. So y'all remember I've been covering that bizarre show, Devs, right? Let's pull that up again. With the bizarre monoliths. So if you will remember, this is about a near future tech company, kind of similar to Google, Twitter, et cetera, et cetera. And yes, exactly. The Pope changed the Lord's Prayer a significant amount of time after Q had posted a changed Lord's Prayer. One of the very early, very kind of stunning Q proofs, if you want to call it that. That's what that was referring to. What just came out regarding the Lord's Prayer? What can be connected? Do you believe in coincidences? Future proves past. News unlocks the map. All right. So the reason I'm detouring into devs. Does anybody remember in the very early days of Q, there were people claiming that Q was a quantum computer? Does anyone remember that? Some very, very odd, bizarre, hate to be mean, but crazy characters. I think brilliant in some ways, but perhaps a little, missing a few pieces. They gained a few pieces elsewhere, but some other pieces got kind of yanked out in the process. Quinn something or other was one of them. I don't remember it might have been Michaels, like Quinn Michaels, something like that. But there were a lot of claims in those early days that Q was a quantum computer. And that was offered up as the explanation for why or how Q was able to literally tell the future. Now, I think saying that Q is a quantum computer is a bit much, but I've often wondered over the past few years whether or not Q is using a quantum computer. Because that's literally the entire premise of this dev show. It's about a massive tech company. Evil, at least it certainly seems evil, or maybe a little bit kind of lost, run by a kind of borderline crazy person. And they're using a quantum computer, massive quantum computer, of which those monoliths are a part. They're using it to tell the future and to look into the past. Like one of the moments in the show is in the process of developing the computer and its capabilities, they were literally like able to look backwards in time 2,000 years and get a fuzzy image of Christ on the cross. Really creepy. Really kind of disturbing, actually. But that's the kind of stuff that was going on in the show. And on top of being able to look into the past, they were able to look into the future. And the guy that runs the company, one of the things he kind of infers all the time is that people are on tram lines. There is no chance at all. Everything is fated. It's all deterministic. Everything is pre-fated to happen the way it happens. And he repeats the tram lines thing over and over again. And there's something that he says. I got to go back and watch some of this again. But there's a number of times where he says something very close to "there is no such thing as coincidence." Think about there is no such thing as coincidence in terms of a computer like that is able to look. I know this is like kind of crazy stuff, but that sort of tech is going. It's going far beyond understanding that most of us. The understanding that most of us hold about the way things kind of work. Arguably kind of evil, maybe really evil. Yeah, it is terrible. It is terrible. And as I mentioned, the group that is in charge of developing the quantum computer is DEVS, DEVS, which if you change out the V for a U is Deus. It's like their god. It's like a creepy AI tech quantum god. It's disturbing. Lowercase g, god. So, and I know I'm kind of rambling here, but this stuff here about news unlocking the map, future-proving past, talk about coincidences. There's Q often said there's no such thing as coincidence, right? It really kind of makes me wonder if the military has been in possession of a quantum computer capable of, well, maybe not exactly what the devs show portray is, but similar. Very similar. I know I'm going into woo-woo territory, I know, but I love this stuff. Jake Straw is asking what show are they talking about. It's a show called Devs on Hulu. I think it's on Hulu. FX for Hulu or something. DEVS, Devs. It is a mini-series, single-season mini-series released in early 2020 that is about a kind of big tech conspiracy involving a quantum computer that can literally, I haven't finished the series. I still got like 2 episodes to go, but search the aggregator for devs. Okay. Why not? I see nothing. Looks like nothing. Oh, well. Oh, devs is on HBO too. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah. As creepy as the show is, I would definitely recommend watching it. I think we all kind of accept at this point that predictive programming is maybe a thing, that certain themes and goals and future kind of intent for the direction of humanity, it kind of makes its way into these sorts of shows. The guy that made the show, that wrote the show and directs every single one of the episodes is Alex Garland. He does not have that much in the way of filmography, but what he does have is fascinating. It includes one of my favorite movies ever, Ex Machina, another creepy sci-fi AI flick. Ex Machina is totally worth watching as well for the same sorts of reasons. Many of you probably saw it. Remember it? It's the AI girl. Oh, he was also the writer of none other than 28 Days Later. Yeah, the one that literally like mirrors the worldwide virus. I haven't watched it in a long time, but I remember people talking about it when COVID became a thing. Where's his filmography? Where'd it go? Yep, 28 Days Later and also 28 Weeks Later. Dredd, as in Judge Dredd, the remake. Yeah, and then his first time directing was Ex Machina, which is that's really stunning if you think about it. That's the first film he ever directed, like in the director role, chief kind of creative role in terms of the look of everything and the way it played out. And he wrote it, and he was able to put together a widely acclaimed film, top-notch quality. It's shocking that he was able to do that for his first flick. Truly. 92% rating on dumbass Rotten Tomatoes. That's insane for your first movie. Kind of mysterious guy. Clearly a very smart guy. Wouldn't surprise me if he was maybe connected to the tech occult somehow. Oh, Sheila W says Q has mentioned Alice before, and Israel has an AI program called Alice, and it runs what? And it runs psyops to learn, kind of like to test how people react to certain stimuli. Interesting. Okay, let's look that up. I got a detour into that. That's just too much fun. Israel, Alice, AI. Artificial linguistic internet computer entity. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, the Alice bot, the chat bot. That's right. Yeah. This is like one of those earlier chatbots, able to, or at least attempting to replicate, a human, like human speech, to the point where people can't distinguish it. Curious Patriot says Q is not an effing psyop. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Q is totally a psyop. It's just a matter of whether it's for good or for bad. But you got to accept that not all psyops are necessarily evil in their intent. But yes, by the our definition of psyop, I would say Q is definitely a psyop. Psychological operations are operations to convey selected information and indicators to audiences to influence their emotions, motives, and objective reasoning, and ultimately the behavior of governments, organizations, groups, and individuals. Would Q not fit that literally perfectly? Sorry, just saying. Especially if it's run by the military, 100%. Psyop. Just a question of good or bad. That's really kind of up to you. I think we all think good. There are those out there that think otherwise. And I think some of them have their reasons. Some of them also are disingenuous and are intending to themselves psyop you against Q. Psyops are going on all over the place, by the good guys, by the bad guys, on home populations, on foreign populations. Psyop is the modern warfare battlefield. Like it or not, sorry, Q's a psyop. So I know the word psyop has a negative connotation generally, but it doesn't necessarily mean bad. It is 100% a psychological operation. It was, think about it. It was intended to affect the psychology of every single patriotic person in this country by waking them up to some really evil things, getting them to the point where they could accept that some really evil shit was happening, maybe preventing them from panicking upon realization of a lot of this stuff, and engaging in some violent activity. Perhaps, there's always been talk of civil war when it comes to all of this sort of stuff going on. I think a kind of key part of this was keeping people calm. That's psychological. That is an operation on the psychological state of the United States population and really the world. I don't really care how you slice it. It's a psyop. Anyway, Alex Garland, interesting guy. Devs or Deus, depending on how you put it. Also a fascinating show. Recommend everybody watch it. Let's see what's up next. Marker, learn to read the map. News unlocks the map. Q. Yeah, I don't recall specific posts, but new format is saying, I believe Q has admitted as much teaching tool. Yeah. I don't know if Q's ever used the word psyop, but I'm sure Q would probably agree. Yeah, actually, interesting point there. Cynthia Klink says we needed a psyop because we have been. Yeah, it's like you need a psyop to psyop you out of the psyop. Like, we've been psyop for freaking decades, and people needed it's like your reverse psyop operation to pull them out of the depths of brainwashing. That was the only way to do it. Interesting. I mean, this kind of ties into what I've talked about with their attempt to guide the world towards World War III, which I still think may even be inevitable. It's just a question of when and how it happens. The way they wanted it to go down, they wanted our side to react in fear and shock and jump to the defense of our nation, so it could be painted as us being violent and fascist and yada, 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 right? And they wanted it to happen before all of us and before our military and good guys were prepared, because they wanted they wanted our country destabilized, right? They wanted the entire United States power structure totally destabilized, so that they could then jump in with the UN, with whatever, to I mean, Chinese military probably, I would think, and other militaries, so that they could step in and, you know, save the day from the evil Nazi fascists, which clearly we are, obviously, and thus wipe us out, wipe freedom out, wipe the United States out completely, right? The whole goal of, at least as it appears to me, and I'm sure many of you, the whole goal of Q was to kind of head off that process and prevent that destabilization, right? And further, the process of us, like the people, awakening to all of the nasty crap that's been going on for decades, the blackmail, the political blackmail, trafficking, you name it. If that process wasn't very, very carefully managed, let's say we were all flooded with that information at once, with no warning whatsoever, just smacked in the face with it, that would probably destabilize the population to the point of, again, other nations, the United Nations, stepping in and taking control, right? It's like it's like our country is like so precariously balanced, like a spinning dinner plate on a pool stick, right? Something like that. And they've had to maintain this insanely careful, probably a dozen pool sticks balanced on, you know, my nose, my head, all my hands and fingers, while walking down a tightrope. You know, all that balance has to be maintained to keep everything from just going crashing down. And we've got to be guided like through just this, like just so. We've got to be kind of shuffled through this process of all the stuff that's been going on, without upsetting balance too much. Because if it gets upset too much, there's their opportunity to jump in, and that's the end of us, right? And I would say in that respect, it succeeded, like ridiculously well. Because, where'd your message go? One of you said, okay, there it is. Mavice 504, so is the work of Q done now? I would argue largely, yeah. For the not completely, but that's coming from the outside and, you know, with no inside knowledge. Maybe there is a lot more that still needs to be done, but I would say, largely speaking, yeah. I mean, look at how many people across the country are awake to this. Look at how calmly people have reacted to all the BS going on, because people understand how terribly certain reactions would paint our side as fascist, right? As evil, violent, bad Nazi fascist people. Look at the restraint people have exercised, right? There have been, especially in the face of their side being violent, disgusting, evil towards us, right? We have not reacted in kind. We have remained largely speaking, very incredibly calm. And I think a lot of that has to do with Q. I don't know if everyone would agree on that, but I think so. So in that respect, I'd say, yeah, most of that work is done, right? Most of the people are now aware of this. They know the game. They know how the game is played. They're aware that they can't trust mainstream sources anymore. They can't trust mainstream news. They can't trust their government. They can't really trust anyone but themselves and their God. A lot of people have returned to God. I don't know if that was an intended effect, but it certainly happened that way. Yeah, I know I'm rambling, but I think you get the point. All right, let's see here. The marker, learn to read the map, news unlocks the map. What's this one? It's responding to an older post. Who financed 9/11? Who has bin Laden's handler? Why was the clowns in America tasked to hunt, kill, and capture UBL? Why not military intelligence? If we found UBL eliminated his security, why would we immediately kill him and not take him alive? Why wouldn't we want to capture UBL alive and extract other possible T-level events? Ooh, mention world wars. Okay, we're going to read the rest of this. Perhaps someday people will understand they had a plan to conduct oh, wow, this is a perfect post. Perhaps someday people will understand they had a plan to conduct another mass extinction event. World War I and II, orchestrated and planned by select families. That's fascinating. Look at that. And this was one of the early posts. Number 154. November 14th. So within like the first 2 weeks, pretty much, of Q was talking about this, inferring that there was another world war planned, another mass extinction event. Planned by they. Fantasyland, remember, the more people there are, the more power the people have. Why do Ds push for gun control directly after every tragic incident? Why is this so very important to their agenda? We, the people, are who they are afraid of. We, the people, are who they fear will one day awake. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Tangent, expand your thinking. I have no idea what that was in response to. Justice. What has been said about the U.S. military? The speech yesterday verified and unlocked so much. Expand your thinking. Reread crumbs. Re-listen to yesterday's speech. Connect the markers. News in all forms. Unlocks the map. Expand your thinking. The Great Awakening. Now I want to hear the speech. 12/08/2017. Oh, he held a rally. Okay, well, we can't watch that. What was the U.S. Secret Service code name for Hussein R. Renegade? Define, they knew all along. Expand your thinking. Q. who currently protects Hussein. R, why is this relevant? Who currently protects Bill and Hillary Clinton? Why is this relevant? Learn. Q. I assume it would be Secret Service, right? They still get a detail, right? I don't know what the point of that was, but renegade, a person who deserts and betrays an organization, country, or set of principles they always knew. All right, let's jump forward. We're going to jump forward to the 2-year. Okay. Oh, look at that, scot-free. Interesting. All right, we'll go back to the 7th. We'll check these out.
Hey, Pam.
Hey, what's up?
So I did some digging on that. On the tangent one, it was because Anons had the wrong train of thought. So tangent was to like rein them back in. And then the speech of 2017 was for military. He was thanking the military.
Oh, interesting. So he must have done a speech on the same day as, because apparently there was a rally that day too.
On that day in 2017, there was a rally.
But he had another totally separate speech that day too?
No, if you look at the post right before tangent, I don't remember what it was about. I just dug on this a couple weeks ago. That's why it's fresh in my mind.
I'm trying to bring up the archive, but it's like crapping out. So yeah.
I have 60,000 windows open. 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the post for tangent? What was the number?
Oh, pooey.
Are you out of it? Or I'll find it.
308.
So let me look at 307.
Was marker. The marker learned to read the map. News unlocks map.
So that was who financed 9/11, who was bin Laden's handler, why was the clowns in America tasked to hunt, and you just read this one, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah. So Q is just telling everyone to rethink it. It isn't as it seems.
Huh. Interesting.
And I think the marker, the more I go through this, I think the marker is the 11/3 election, the 2020 election.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Quote unquote marker. It's in quotes. I wonder. All right, where were we before? It's 2-year. So on the 7th, yesterday, decent little handful of posts. Clinton Foundation back in the news. When did POTUS make the statement calm before the storm? It was late October, I believe. When was Huber activated by Sessions? Blah, 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 blah. No intel. FISA, the world is watching. What is, oh, here we go. Kind of pertinent to what we were talking about before. Why all of a sudden are people talking about the Clinton Foundation, including whistleblowers and hidden company established to investigate covertly, ex-ABCs? Would you go public if the investigation was still ongoing? What happens when you have enough evidence to proceed? What is the benefit of educating the public prior to proceeding? Comey with a Y.
I think there was a POTUS tweet yesterday or today that had a missing Y.
Oh, weird. That would have fallen on the same day, on the 7th, if it was yesterday.
I think it was today.
Interesting. Any tweet from Civ Mil Air talking about Air Force One heading out of Joint Base Andrews. Whereas the plus on the mobile phone when dialing, trolling the fake news media's phone, at some point the queue will be asked. Which, of course, it was a long while later, sort of.
So that was telling us that POTUS was Q+.
Yep.
Remember that? I didn't get it at first.
Operators are active. Operators on standby. Okay, here's the scot-free one. Scot-free equals where we go when we go all. Q0 equals Q+. At what point do they wake up? Scot-free is Ridley Scott's production company. I still don't really quite get it with Scot-free, the whole Scot-free thing. But Scot-free Productions has been behind a bunch of really interesting movies that all, or at least many of them, seem to tie in two things Q has mentioned. Of course, chief among them being White Squall, which is where we go when we go all came from originally. I think this was one of the first films that Scot-free did under the actual name Scot-free. Some of the others are, let me see. So it's not just Ridley, by the way. It's also Tony Scott and some others that they support. But one I mentioned recently was Deja Vu with Denzel. And in that movie, the Snow White satellites are actually name dropped. And that's the only place I've ever heard them name dropped before, other than by Q. It literally mentions 7 satellites, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, which are actually, funny enough, man, just like devs. It's just like devs. The Snow White satellites in Deja Vu are able to look into the past. Literally. Like, just like devs. That's weird. That's fascinating. I would definitely recommend everybody watch Deja Vu. It's another Scot-free film. And although the mention of the satellites is very brief, let's see if it's in here. Snow White, there we go. Okay, so I think the head investigator, FBI Special Agent Perzwara, is impressed with Denzel's detective expertise and asks him to join a newly formed governmental detective unit whose first case is to investigate the bombing. Led by Dr. Alexander Denny, they investigate the events before the explosion by using a program called Snow White. And I don't think it mentions it. Let's search for dwarves, but it does indeed mention the dwarves, the 7 dwarves, and says that it is a satellite system encircling the Earth, 7 satellites, each named after the 7 dwarfs. And at first they portray it to Denzel's character as, oh, these satellites are recording, they're recording they're recording, and it takes a bunch of time to process the data. That's why you can't actually see what's happening until 4 days, 6 hours, 3 minutes, and 45 seconds later. But then it kind of gets revealed that it's not just recording things and processing the data. It's literally looking into the past. They're able to look at any point on the Earth at exactly the point 4 hours, 6 days, 3 minutes, 45 seconds, 14.5 nanoseconds ago. They can look at it from any point of view. They're able to hear audio. I mean, how would satellites encircling the Earth be able to record audio like that, right? So clearly it was something more, and it kind of gets hinted at, but never really discussed how exactly it works, but it is actually going into the past. And I think at some point later in the movie, they actually send Denzel's character 4 days, 6 hours, and 3 minutes into the past. And he goes and saves the girl, prevents the bombing, and saves the day, right? So more weird, like quantum tech.
That's interesting. I've heard you mention this before, and I never really gave it much thought, but I didn't realize that Deja Vu was about traveling in the past. That's fantastic.
Yep.
So the other movies, I wonder if these are all movies that have actually been based on truth, right? I wonder if they're movies that these are all clues into real history or the potential of things that are going to happen in the future. Like Scott Free, the theory that you have for the Scott Free Productions is the strongest theory I've seen for Scott Free, but that's interesting with that Deja Vu there.
It's weird.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got in Scott Free. There's so many interesting shows and movies in here. Cyrus, what? Okay, not like that Cyrus. Oh yeah, Into the Storm. That's right, the movie about Churchill and the lead up to World War II. First one is not Into. I think Into the Storm is the second one. Where's the first one? The Gathering Storm. This is a BBC TV movie that was produced by Scott Free Productions. I think Ridley himself was possibly an executive producer on these. So there's more Storm stuff. I actually haven't watched these yet. I started The Gathering Storm, but I never finished it. And I have not seen Into the Storm, but now I've really got to watch them.
I think you need to watch all of those, Pam.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to watch.
You need to, I know, but I think you need to, because like I don't ever watch movies anymore. But I bet you there's some little fact, even the comedies or whatever, that probably relate to someone in politics, or there's some connection there. What's this Kingdom of Heaven?
Okay, yeah, I was about to mention that. Kingdom of Heaven. Y'all know I've been talking about like the Grail and Rosicrucians lately. Kingdom of Heaven, if I remember right, is about the Albigensian crusade against the Cathars back in the Dark Ages, like Middle Ages. I think 1100. And I believe Grail stuff plays into this. Yeah, it's about, let's see, did they mention the Cathars? No, they don't. Pretty sure the Cathars play a role in this. Do they not really have a big plot explanation? It's a really good movie. Really good movie. Highly recommend people watch this one too.
I sent you something earlier on your little mystery thing too on Twitter, so you might want to look at that at some point.
I might be mixing this one up, but it is okay. It is about the Crusades. This was about the attempt to retake Jerusalem, or to defend Jerusalem from what's his name? The Muslim guy. Saladin. There have been, I think, a number of movies made about him. And there's a bunch of Templars. Yeah, Templars. There we go. It's about the Templars. I got to rewatch this one because I remember there being some really interesting stuff in this one. I think that theme, the Templars and the Grail, shows up in some other Ridley Scott stuff too. Seriously? Scott Free was behind Red Dragon, the second Hannibal Lecter movie. Eating people. That's nice. They're behind Black Hawk Down, obviously. Ridley directed that. Gladiator. Enemy of the State. Enemy of the State with Will Smith. I haven't watched that in a long time. I got to rewatch that. What's that about? That is way too long of a summary. Enemy of the State. Lawyer becomes targeted by a corrupt politician. A corrupt politician and his NSA goons when he accidentally receives key evidence to a politically motivated crime. Okay, definitely going to watch that again.
I'm telling you, I bet you all these are based on like true stories.
Yeah. Wow. Sorry, we're detouring into Ridley Scott's stuff for the rest of the show, I think.
Well, this is good because like I don't really watch a lot of movies and stuff, but there's enough clues and relative things here. Like G.I. Jane, I wonder what that is linked to. Like who does that relate to?
Never seen that. Let's see this. G.I. Jane. Obviously about a G.I. Jane. But why? What's the deal? In response to political pressure from Senator Lillian DeHaven, the U.S. Navy begins a program that would allow for the eventual integration of women into its services. It begins with a single trial candidate who is chosen specifically for her femininity. Weird. Enters a grueling training program under the command of Viggo Mortensen, who unfairly pushes O'Neill until her determination wins his respect.
So that's like the whole feminism, the feminist push, right? Of, women can do the same thing that men can do.
Yeah.
It's new world bullshit.
Yeah. Interesting. Huh. Where's our list at? Thelma and Louise, that's a classic. I haven't seen that in a long time. Don't they go like full blown like robbing liquor stores and shit? I haven't seen that in so long. Feminist.
It's like a coming of age movie or something about women's independence. Again, a feminist kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Interesting.
What's Clay Pigeons?
Oh, I have not seen that. David Dobkin, I know that name. Directed Wedding Crashers. Huh. Let's look that up. Let's do this one. After hearing that his wife sleeps with Clay, Earl kills himself, making it look like Clay shot him. The widow doesn't like it when Clay starts seeing another woman instead. Bodies start piling up. Okay. The Duelist is a great one. I think that was Ridley Scott's first movie. Fantastic movie, especially for a first film. Very good movie. I think it's about like one of the last duels that ever took place. Sword duels in France. Yep, 1800s. Interesting. Where's the Ridley stuff? I want to see Ridley. Gladiator, Hannibal. I didn't know he directed Hannibal? It was directed by him. I had no idea he directed Hannibal. Sequel to Silence of the Lambs. Wow. Okay, gonna rewatch that.
Did this come out before or after the whole Jeffrey Dahmer thing?
Would have been after. I think Dahmer was 90s, so it would have been a few years after, I think. Let's see. Probably based somewhat on. Yep. Executed 94.
So I don't know. I think there's way more to that story than we're aware of. Like somebody doesn't just get it in their mind that they're going to eat the brains and put them in their freezer, and there's something more to that story.
committed his murders from 1978 to 1991. Ugh. Yeah, there's definitely some weird stuff going on there.
Like he could have been like the victim of some sort of MK Ultra or something, or been in a cult, or who knows, you know? That's not the stuff that they're going to tell us.
Doesn't, yeah, here we go. Freaking Tony Podesta and his creepy gold statue thing that looks like one of the victims.
Yeah, I think Radix told me that.
Was that Dahmer's
victim? I think so. Somebody
Yep.
told me that before, and it freaked me out. I think
Sorry,
it was
this is
Radix.
really graphic, folks, but where's the picture? Dang it. There's Dahmer's victim, one of Dahmer's victims, and there is Tony Podesta's creepy gold statue.
Saw enough.
Yeah. I think there's definitely something more going on there than people are aware of. Black Hawk Down, another Ridley film. Matchstick Man, what's that? Comedy crime, okay.
But even if
on Fire.
Even if they make a comedy after it, though, it doesn't mean that it's not still based on fact.
Oh man, there is some weird stuff in comedy type, like lighter-hearted flicks. Oh, what is the name of that other one? Now You See Me? Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. It's about magicians. Go figure. And it is chock full of occult symbolism. Literally, like all-seeing eyes. That symbol right there, actually, the cross in a box, is an occult symbol. It's like about this. Oh, yeah, tarot cards. There we go. So it's about these magicians that pull off a massive heist, but it's been argued by people, I think, before that it was actually all an allegory for the economic crash of whatever freaking year it was, 2008.
Well, I was just going to say, you know, what big heist can you think of? And the first thing that came to mind was 9/11. So,
yep, all of the magic group, they call themselves the Four Horsemen, and they use all of this occult symbolism in their materials, right? So it's like they're a stand-in for the Illuminati or whatever you want to call them. And they steal money out of the pockets of their audience, literally like take money out of their bank or something like that out of their bank accounts. And it's like essentially an allegory for the occult elitists stealing money out of the pockets of the people. I haven't seen it in a while, but look on YouTube. And I know there's people out there that have done videos on this. It's an interesting one. Domino. There's another chick doing military stuff. Oh, that's about that bounty hunter chick. True story. Based on a true story. Former model, became a bounty hunter. Crazy stuff happens. Orpheus? Okay, that sounds weird. Let's see that. Oh, Bruce Beresford. I know that name. He's done some really good movies. Driving Miss Daisy.
Isn't Orpheus based on an old play?
I would think.
I'm gonna look it up.
Like, Oh, apparently originally 1950 French film titled Orpheus. Where's the Beresford one?
So Orpheus was a musician, poet, and prophet in Greek mythology. His parents were the king of Thrace, Ogris, and the muse Calliope. He was considered the best musician and poet of all time, and he perfected the lyre? I don't know.
Oh, what? Guy falls for a girl who draws him into a modern-day cult.
Yeah.
That's the movie? Okay, gotta see that. What?
I think these are all based on real life, and they just made them into Hollywood features.
Yeah. I wonder if they ever did any movies with, what is the name of that guy? One that died, the famous author that died. Right around the same time as Breitbart and...
Clancy?
Clancy, yeah, thank you, Tom Clancy. Wonder if they did any Tom Clancy stuff. Let's search for that. Is he connected to Clancy somehow? Did he do any Jack Ryan stuff?
I love those books. Those were so awesome. Maybe that's why I got caught up in Q, because I loved those books.
I don't see any immediate results that jump out at me, but... Oh, Robin Hood. Robin Hood. This is on my list of stuff to watch. This is supposed to have some interesting symbolic stuff going on. Let me see if I can find it. Ridley Scott, Robin Hood, Freemasonry. There we go. Look at that. Freemasonry for Dummies, Robin Hood and the Masons. Between 55 and 59, England's ATV channel featured a 30-minute TV drama, Adventures of Robin Hood, starring Richard Green as the famed Robin of Locksley, the outlaw with a heart of gold. Each week, Robin and his band of merry men would do battle in and around Sherwood Forest with the evil Sheriff of Nottingham and keep England safe for the eventual return of Richard the Lionheart, who was off on crusade. And that's actually, I think, the same king that shows up in Kingdom of Heaven. I think he shows up at the end of Kingdom of Heaven, setting off on a crusade. So it's like these movies are kind of loosely tied together. Where does Ridley come in here? The famous story takes place in the late 1100s, which makes the video above all the more interesting as a cultural artifact. It is an excerpt of the season 3 episode, The Mark, and opens with a small gathering of Masons.
The Mark?
Yeah, this is apparently the old show, though, from the 50s. An apprentice explains the operative Masons to Robin, and then an older brother wanders over and casually offers to make him a speculative Mason, like the Freemasonry of today, with a very abbreviated bit of business that should seem a bit familiar. This is not the one I was looking for. Here we go. 33 historical films every Freemason should see. Pillars of the Earth. There's another Ridley Scott thing right there. Miniseries. I have yet to watch that too. Kingdom of Heaven. Another Ridley Scott film with the dynamite cast, even better script. Recommend watching the director's cut. Story follows the bastard son of a French knight who is recruited by his father to come to the Holy Land and become a baron. He becomes a key player in the conflict between the Christian kingdom in Jerusalem during the Crusades and the philosopher king of Egypt, Saladin. I'll be honest, Saladin is my favorite character in the film. Blah, 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 blah. Robin Hood, Ridley Scott yet again. This film picks up a few short years after Kingdom of Heaven, which ends with King Richard, yes, the Lionheart, on his way to try to retake Jerusalem unsuccessfully, from Saladin. The story begins with the return and untimely demise of the king and how that threw Robin of Locksley, aka Robin of the Hood, into the conflict with King John, which eventually led to the creation of the Magna Carta. Something to note is that Ridley goes out of his way to draw the connection between the Magna Carta and the Masons by way of Robin Hood's father. Okay, now I really got to watch this.
Okay, and on a separate note, I just want to remind you, I sent you a tweet. Have you ever heard of the Copial code? The cipher?
Oh, yeah.
You got to look at that.
The cipher.
Yeah, so it's all related to the Knights Templar, the Freemasons, and the Illuminati. It's crazy.
It was decoded like a decade ago or something?
Yeah. And so I tried to go back to like the main mystery and see if I could find any of those characters in it, but I haven't spent as much time in it. But you should definitely spend some time on this.
Okay. Yeah. That reminds me of the Mayday stuff. And it also reminds me of the Voynich manuscript.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Same sort of creepy writing. Look at that. All these creepy plants and creatures and apparently naked people swimming.
Ew, what?
I don't know. Don't ask me. People were weird back then. I mean, we're weird today too, but yeah. Wow.
I gave you the translation for the Copial one too, so you can read it, but it's all
I've never read the translation.
Yeah, okay. I included it there. It's pretty, I only made it a little ways in and I was like, okay, I had to give this to Pam because this is weird. But it's relating to the Knights Templar, and that's what led to the Freemasons, and that's really connected to Illuminati. It's like a history lesson all in itself.
So the cipher,
go to the second link on that tweet.
It was thought to date to between 1760 and 1780. Decipherment back in 2011 revealed that the document had been created in the 1730s by a secret society called the High Enlightened Oculist Order of Wolfenbüttel, so a German occult order, or oculists. The oculists use sight as a metaphor for knowledge. Wow. The eye, yeah. Weird. Philip, 1866, but it was written in the 1730s. Philip is thought to have been an owner of the manuscript. Oh, okay. So maybe it was written later. Wow. Now I want to see what this is about.
Look at the second link on my tweet. There's the translation.
However, appears to suggest that the Oculists, or at least Count Veltheim, were a group of Freemasons who created the Oculist Society in order to pass along the Masonic rites, which had recently been banned by Pope Clement. All right, let me pull up your link. On Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a show right now. Right now is the show.
Which Twitter did you send it to?
Jay Coleman.
Did you tag me?
Yeah,
or message?
Here, I'll just drop the link in Zoom for you.
Okay. I didn't see it in DMs.
Sometimes my Twitter, like I'll send a tweet and it doesn't go through, so I have to like retweet it. It's weird. 1 second, let me drop this. There's the translation.
There we go.
Zoom chat. And it's really weird the way they did it too. Like there's certain words that they didn't translate. They just gave you like what they think the meaning is. Like lip is oculist.
Weird.
Yeah. And then O is society. And star is secret. Like they didn't translate it, but I don't know. It's really strange.
Weird.
Who moved this? Who moved Bobo's stuff?
Someone moved Bobo's lab?
Yeah.
Bobo's secret lab? Poor Bobo.
Did you do that, Daddy?
I did not do that. That was not me. Interesting. All right, I'm going to link this for everybody.
It's pretty creepy.
That was Bobo's secret.
There we go. There's the translation of the Copial cipher. All right, let's, while Radix is setting up, we'll take another quick tour
Just do 1 second.
through Scot-Free. The A-Team, Unstoppable. What's that? Action thriller. Another Denzel flick. Oh, a plane crash. Or a train crash, pardon. CSX 8888. That's like Nazi numbers, right? 88. What they always say? HH? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Interesting. Telling the story of a runaway freight train.
Speed.
To stop it. Speed, yeah, like that was the bus one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Huh. I have not seen this.
All right, Pam. Well, by tomorrow's show, we're going to expect you to have all these watched.
Yeah, I'm going to go get right on that. All right, what should I start with, everyone? What should I start with?
Start at the beginning of the list because I think it's going to tell a story.
And what were the ones that popped out at us? Enemy of the State. That's one of the earlier ones. Definitely got to see that.
I saw that one. It's really good.
Oh, wait, the Orpheus. I really want to see that because that's about an actual cult. Definitely got to see that. And I know Bruce Beresford, the director, has done some other interesting movies before that I really liked. Oh, Prometheus. Fantastic movie. That is like a prequel to Alien.
Eh?
What do you mean, eh?
What?
You know, don't you know Alien, the movie Alien?
No.
One of like the greatest sci-fi horror movies ever.
Shut up.
Everyone knows Alien.
Your butt knows.
Yeah, Prometheus is a really good movie. Really good movie. Michael Fassbender plays an android in it, and he is fantastic in that movie. So good. Oh, and Into the Storm. Yeah, I gotta watch the Storm movies.
Look up the Greek mythology for Orpheus before you watch the movie. I'm just curious if there's particular scenes because, like,
I bet you it's connected.
yeah, because his wife gets raped. He goes into grief and he starts singing mournful songs, and then he's the one that played like the flute, right? And it made the trees dance, which goes back to, I think, Pan. Right. And I freaked out one time so bad because it says the gods started weeping upon hearing Orpheus's songs and advised him to go to the underworld and bring his wife back. So I'm curious if that movie is in relation to that. But did you know that there's a Pan statue at the White House? I freaked out on that. It's a satanic statue in the Rose Garden.
Let's see it.
I don't know if you're going to be able to find it because it took me a long time.
Oh, no, they're just panning by a statue. Okay, dang it. Let's try Rose Garden.
Okay. My turn.
There it is.
It is. So I must have been off.
Right there. Look at that.
Huh? Nobody did it.
What?
I know. Very bothers me a lot.
What? Ew.
I could have thought that he was helping.
I think it has like goat's feet or something too. I can't see on my screen.
Got like a goat for a ween.
Yeah.
Look at this. It's like got a look at it's got a goat where its ween's supposed to be.
Yeah. It's not.
Yeah. What the heck, man?
Right. And so that's like a flute type of thing, a lyre, or however you say it. And that's what Orpheus is about. Orpheus's wife gets raped and she dies, and he goes to the underworld to try to bring her back to life.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna watch Orpheus tonight if I can.
I have a wiggly tooth.
You got a wiggle tooth?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, it's wiggly! Oh my gosh! It's wiggly. You can't see it, honey. The camera's too far. and it doesn't zoom, so. And it doesn't focus very close.
All right, my turn. You're 10 minutes into my show now.
All right, we're done.
Bye.
I don't know if that worked, but okay, you're gonna insist on showing it. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna do it.
Show it off. You turn towards the light. Other way.
Wait, honey.
There you go.
There you
Yeah,
go.
wiggle it. Oh, look at that wiggle tooth.
Oh my word.
Look at that. It's wiggly.
Stop wiggling it.
Ah, I think everyone's gonna go throw up now. Wiggle tooth. Good job. All right. Let's go. Let's go play for a bit before bedtime.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, everyone. I'm out. See ya.
Bye.
I shall report back on Orpheus tomorrow, hopefully. We'll see.
Bye.
Bye.
And also,
Whee!
Okay.
You're good.
Oh, she's so cute. I swear she doesn't get that stuff from me, of course. I was always very well behaved and not silly. I was a serious child, wasn't I? What you doing? I will come check on you after my show, sweetheart.
bye.
Honey, my microphone is here. Right here.
Bye.
Okay. That's enough. You're probably like blowing people's ears out. All right. Now, Mommy's going to go into her show prep now, okay? Okay. All right. Bye, honey. I'll come check on you in a bit. All right. So I've got a lot of stuff to get into tonight to cover some really interesting stuff. And then a story, if we have time to get to it, that I think is very sad about Instagram. Okay, so yes, they do grow up so fast, Rita. I know. I remember when she was just a little chubby cheek baby. Okay, so I want to encourage everybody to create a Gab account. There's like 2,000 of you listening just on D Live. If every single one of you tonight made a Gab account and followed me, I will notice by how many Gab followers I have. So that's your challenge in the main PSP account on Gab. Both of us were like locked out of our Twitters today. They gave us the same nonsense about automated behavior. And they do this like once a week now at this point. Very soon, we're probably not going to be on Twitter anymore. So make sure you're on Gab. I don't do Parler and I won't be doing Parler. I will only be on Gab. So if you want to be able to follow me easily and keep up with what I'm doing and all my links and stuff, just go to the Gab one. And yes, I will follow you back if you follow me on Gab. Okay, so, and remember my YouTube channel, my personal one, Radix Verum, I put all the show archives up. So if you ever miss a show or you're coming in late or something to a Digging Deeper show, I put that night or the next day, I put the show up on my personal channel. So if you missed it, you can go there to catch that. And I also put up the audio on Anchor as a podcast. So, you know, if you ever miss it, like you can always go to those two places to see it. No, Gab does not require a phone number. That's why I like Gab. Parler, I won't do Parler because they're impossible to use. And Parler is a Mercer Zionist billionaire-owned honeypot, so just not doing it.
And for the record, Gab got contacted by some mainstream media outlet, gonna write a hit piece about him and about QAnon, and he totally defended QAnon. Just as an FYI, he is about free speech.
Yeah, I love Gab. They are really cool. They verified me over there. They've got fantastic support. I emailed them to get verified, and right away they did it. And they were very responsive right away. Parler has horrible customer service and support from what I've heard. And I already know it's a data mining program for the Mercer family. So I know how these people work. It's micro-targeted psyops and psychographics, advertising, personalized advertising, and I refuse to support them. Yeah, Andrew Torba is really cool. Gab is pretty awesome. And it's really easy to make an account there. You do not have to put in any of your personal information. You do not have to put in a phone number or anything like that. And they allow like free speech. They're really awesome. Very easy to make an account there. And that way we can all keep in touch with each other and stuff. I had to get glasses today, by the way. I had to go to an eye exam and get an updated glasses prescription. So I'm finally wearing them tonight and I can actually see things. And it's like so weird. It's like, oh, look, things aren't blurry anymore. That makes it easier. But I feel like I look like a little old lady now.
Yeah, you're getting old. When you get to the point where you need glasses, it's all downhill from now.
Yeah, right? Okay, so we are going to basically be doing Rad Group and Zohar's Isabel Part 2 tonight, but we're also going to get into Palantir and data mining, keeping in line with the tech theme, right? We'll also, if we have time, be getting to that Instagram story. We're going to look at an article about, it's just a short one about a scientist who was fired for not lying about COVID numbers and inflating the number. She was fired and then raided by police at her home. They held a gun to her, like in front of her kids, pulled guns on her kids. Unbelievable. And, it's like, I think about our forefathers, the people that did the American Revolution. And I just try to think, what would they do when scientists are being fired from their jobs for not lying and are having their homes raided by police and guns pulled on their children? They instigated the revolution against the world's biggest empire at the time, the British Empire, over tea and taxes. What? I mean, this puts us to shame, guys. It puts us to shame. And I just think that they look at this and say, what the hell are you people doing? Why aren't you doing anything about this? Why are you allowing tyranny to take over this country? Right?
There was something about that story. I need to hear it again. I only glanced at it, but something seemed weird about it. So I'm interested to see what comes out of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess they're basically talking about some kind of hack that occurred with the system. So we'll see when we get into it. But she is not a fan of DeSantis. Oh, and by the way, I know that people were asking about this yesterday. D3M0's channel is back up. He was doing some updates and stuff. So that is back up. It was just down to do updates, I think. So that's back up now. Roku, Sheila keeps saying Roku's down. Yes, I know that. As far as we know, we haven't been banned on Roku or anything like that. I think that's like their Amazon issue. And Twitch took us down. They claimed that, we were encouraging extreme violence or something by talking about the election. It's just ridiculous.
I was trying to think about yesterday's show. There wasn't anything that we said that was like teetering on the edge.
Mm-mm. And none of the other show hosts do either. Like, there's no excuse for that. They just look. Twitch is owned by Amazon, and they have a bunch of psychotic leftists as moderators, and they'll just like make stuff up to take us down. So that's nonsense.
We talked about Israel, though.
Well, that's not encouraging extreme violence.
It's a no-no, though.
Yeah, especially for them, for big tech, right? And we can see why in the stuff that we're covering. Like, these are the people that own the backbone of the internet. They're the ones that are behind 5G and everything else. Carol asks, how do I find you on Gab? My Gab is at Digging Deeper on Gab. And I always put the link in my show prep. It's on slide 1, the link to my personal YouTube and my Gab. Thank you, Roxy. So that's it. And you just follow me there. I also have a group for Digging Deeper. I think there's only about 60 people in it so far. And I post all my stuff to the group there. And there's also a PSB group on Gab, which is pretty cool because all the show hosts can put stuff there, and people can ask questions and stuff there or whatever. It's just a good meeting point, right? Like a good home base besides Element. Because I know a lot of people have trouble with Element too, or they don't really enjoy the platform as it is, because it's very it's kind of clunky. But what are you gonna do? We're banned everywhere else.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
You guys know what this represents? Well, it's the comic books.
You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness.
What's on this, Mr. President? You'll find out.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy.
America is governed by Americans.
Infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice.
The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. For them, it's a war. And for them, nothing at all is out of bounds.
Man will be what he was born to be. Free and independent.
Not Cole deserves an Academy Award for that. I'm not kidding.
I know. I love that. And the other video he did too is just as good. It really is. Okay, I see Mika saying it has been repeated on here to look into IRC chat for another type of communication. I do not know what that is, but I will look into it. Okay, so I do not, unfortunately, have a new psalm tonight, but this is one we've done before, Psalm 57, with myself and Ree, and I picked St. Anthony tonight because I felt this was very appropriate for this psalm. And we see St. Anthony here. This is the quote that he is most famous for. I saw the snares of the devil laid out upon the ground, and I said, who can flee from these? An angel said to me, humility. That's so perfect. And this icon represents St. Anthony being attacked by the demons when he went up into the mountains to put himself basically in isolation to pray. And it's just an incredible story. If you aren't aware of St. Anthony the Great and his stories, you should look into it. It's very fascinating.
Look at the snake and the serpent.
Yeah, right? And there's all kinds of other creepy looking creatures here. Look at this thing. I don't know what that is, but it's like breathing fire. It's like a dragon with wings or something. And here's another one. And you can see also that they've got these different tools. These are fallen angels. And no, wait, maybe these are regular angels and they're helping him. They don't look like the demon kinds because they don't have horns. And you can see they're all going after him. This is in his little kind of cave hut that he had made for himself. And he has his little Jesus icon and his little incense thing here. And you can see it's like kind of like it's falling apart, the structure itself. It's not like a fancy place. A griffin, thank you guys. And you see like the bricks falling out here. There are some like out of place here and like falling down here. And that shows you the kind of like spiritual battles he was doing in his little cave in isolation. Very interesting story. Psalm 57. Be merciful unto me, O God, be merciful unto me, for my soul trusteth in thee. Yea, in the shadow of thy wings will I make my refuge until these calamities pass.
I will cry into God Most High, into God that performeth all things for me.
He shall send from heaven and save me from the reproach of him that would swallow me up. Selah. God shall send forth his mercy and his truth. My soul is among lions, and I live even among them that are set on fire, even the sons of men, whose teeth are spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens. Let thy glory be above all the earth. They have prepared a net for my steps. My soul is bowed down. They have digged a pit before me in the midst whereof they are fallen themselves. Selah. My heart is fixed, O God, my heart is fixed. I will sing and give praise. Awake up, my glory, awake. Psaltery and harp, I make myself awake early. I will praise thee, O Lord, among the people. I will sing unto thee among the nations. For thy mercy is great unto the heavens, and thy truth unto the clouds. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens. Let thy glory be above all the earth.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
She's so cute. She always does such good readings. Okay, so I have a quick video here from 316 Exposure, The Devil's Truths. He put this out just a couple days ago. We haven't played it here yet, though, so I wanted to share this. It's just like a 6-minute video, but it's, he always does really good stuff.
The forces of hell will do anything to keep us from praying. See, Satan tells lies to keep us from praying. He uses pleasures and misinformation and laziness to keep us from praying. He uses false teachers and busy schedules and great television to keep us from praying. He also has been known to use truth. You heard that right. Sometimes the devil speaks the truth. And sure, you may say, but the devil is a liar. And indeed he is. But let's look at a few true statements that Satan uses to put a stop to the most powerful force in the world, the prayers of God's people. Satan's truth number 1. God already knows what you need, so there's no point in asking. You are unworthy. You are weak. Your faith is small. You have no idea whether God will answer your prayers or not. You don't know how to pray, and maybe your sins can block your prayers. And with all those, he is right, of course. But those statements, while completely accurate, don't tell the whole story. Let us start with the first one. God already knows what you need. In Matthew 6:8, Jesus said, "For your Father knows what you need before you ask him." But what did he then do? He proceeded to give us the Lord's Prayer. I understand that God already knows my need is no excuse to get out of prayer. It's motivation to pray. You are unworthy. And boy, is that ever true. Fortunately, that's beside the point. Psalm 133 tells us, if the Lord should mark iniquities, no one would stand. See, God is not dealing with perfect people. All have sinned. There is none righteous, not one. Romans 3:10-23. The wonderful old hymn says, Christ receiveth sinful men, even with me, with all my sin. So being unworthy is no excuse. You are weak, and folks, that I am. However, there's good news. He said to me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in your weakness. When I am weak, then I am strong. 2 Corinthians 12, 9 through 10. So being weak is no excuse. Your faith is small, and it is that. My faith is small. But in Luke 17:6, Jesus says, even faith as small as a mustard seed can achieve miracles. So the question becomes not how big my faith is, but whether I use it. And Jesus asked the panicked disciples, why did you fear? Where's your faith? In Mark 4:40. So having a small faith is no excuse. And faith is like radioactivity in that a little goes a long way. Another devil's truth. You do not know whether the Lord will answer your prayers. And that's true, because he is all wise and I'm not. I see through a glass darkly and pray just that poorly. But ultimately, I say, not my will, but thy will be done. Matthew 26:39. And I'm perfectly content to send up my prayers and leave the answering of them to the Lord. What I must not do is announce presumptuously that the Lord will or must grant my prayer, because his integrity is at stake. Psalm 115:3 says, our God is in the heavens. He does whatever he pleases. And knowing his wonderful character, that's what I want. So not knowing how he will answer is no reason not to pray. I trust him. Another Satan's truth. You don't know how to pray. And that's frequently the case. However, we have Romans 8:26. In the same way, the Spirit also helps us in our weakness. For we do not know how to pray as we should. But the Spirit himself intercedes for us with groanings too deep for words. Since the Lord takes my feeble attempts at prayer and turns them into something powerful in heaven, my not knowing precisely how to pray is no excuse. See, believers take special satisfaction in knowing that in Romans 8:26, the Spirit intercedes for us, and in Romans 8:34, Jesus intercedes for us. And wow, how good is that? I'll save the best for last. Your sins can block your prayers. And that's exactly what Isaiah 59:2 says. Your iniquities have separated you from God, and your sins have hidden his face from you, so that he does not hear. However, and don't we delight in this? John 1:9. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive our sins and cleanse us of our iniquities. So, my friends, please listen. There is no excuse for any of us to go forward one more minute with sins weighing us down and blocking our prayers. There's no reason not to pray, and every reason to do so. Jesus told the unbelieving Sadducees they were guilty of two mistakes. The same two, and incidentally, that many non-praying so-called disciples of Jesus practice. You do not know the scriptures, nor do you know the power of God. Matthew 22:29. If we knew the word, we would have an answer to the enemy's attacks. And if we trusted the Lord, we would believe his word and get on with the business of praying. So my friends, let us pray.
Always a good message there. That is 316 exposure. And the link to all of this stuff is in the show prep. Roxy's dropping the link right now for everybody. So the links to the intro video that we always play, that's in there. This video and all the stuff that we cover. Fantastic message there. It's so true. I mean, everybody has those doubts that everyone has, the thoughts that that you're not good enough, you're not worthy of grace and mercy and things like that. So I thought that was a very good message. Now,
you'll always feel better after you pray because you get it off your chest. You confess it, and whether it's your fears or your problems or whatever it may be, you'll always feel better. So spend some time with God.
That's right. And nothing bad can happen to you for doing it. So what have you got to lose, right? You might as well give it a shot if you don't already. This graphic was put together by a researcher and journalist. I thought this was stunning. This kind of shows the connections here between different governments like the UK NHS and these companies, contractors, U.S. intelligence agencies, etc. This also has the Mercers on it, Parler, as I just talked about, right? Robert Mercer, Rebecca Mercer. Yeah, they're also part of Cambridge and SCL. So
it's interesting, like not a lot of people realize it, but the whole leave the UK thing, what was that campaign called? I can't remember
Brexit.
now. Yeah, Brexit. That was all part of Cambridge Analytica too.
Yes.
People don't realize that. It's almost as if it was a little color revolution too. So I did deep dives on Cambridge Analytica. It's fascinating.
I have also an SCL, and really they do micro-targeted psyops, psychographic messaging, micro-targeted advertisements, and it's about nudging people. But also Cambridge Analytica was behind Barack Obama. Many people don't know that.
And Bannon was a VP of Cambridge Analytica.
Yes, that's right. So I want people to understand how this stuff works, right? And how the two-party system is a distraction. It's a joke. They all work together to screw over regular people, essentially. Now check this out. Here we've got Palantir. Look at all these different offices. You cannot tell me this is normal. Palantir Canada, Palantir Spain, Palantir Austria, Palantir France, Palantir AUE, Palantir Norway, Palantir Sweden, Palantir Israel, Palantir Germany, Palantir Greece, Switzerland, Australia, and Palantir Japan. So they are basically worldwide. Peter Thiel, everybody knows about the Ambrosia Blood Clinic. If you've been listening to me for a little bit going into this stuff, the Koch brothers, I cannot stand. Everybody, I think, here knows who they are. You guys are pretty informed. So Peter Thiel, Y Combinator, Mithric Capital, like Mithras, the old mystery religion god, or one of them, Valier Ventures, Founders Fund, real nice, Imitatio, Facebook, of course, Thiel is on the board at Facebook, C. Stedding, OpenAI is like a Hong Kong-based artificial intelligence group, JuvenSense.
It's like open source AI.
Yes, exactly. Then we've got CIA. They funded Palantir in the beginning, just like they did Google. They gave them the seed money. The CIA funded Palantir, FBI, NSA, the DOD. Now, IER here, American Institute for Economic Research. I don't know much about them, but if they're connected to Koch brothers, I'm not a fan. Heritage Foundation, they're not your friend. They're not on your side. They're more for like the corporate GOP class. CNP, no one knows who CNP is. You've never heard of them. Isn't it interesting? Everyone here has heard of the CFR, right? The Council on Foreign Relations. If you've heard of the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, put a 1 in live chat. Now, how many of you have heard of the CNP? If you've heard of CNP, put a 2 in live chat. I bet most of you have never heard of CNP, but I bet all of you have heard of the CFR. There you go. Chungus, what is a 7? All right, so a good man. I'm getting a lot of 1s. That means a lot of people are aware of the Council on Foreign Relations, but not many people seem aware of CNP. Now, CNP is essentially the right-wing version of the CFR. CFR is the left hand. CNP, Council for National Policy, controls the right hand. And so you need to look into CNP because they fund a lot of the right-wing groups. And you have to understand that they are no different than the CFR. It's an elitist group because they always want to control the opposition and control the dialectic. And that this is how they do their problem reaction synthesis. It's the same process here, right? Where they control the left and the right, always. And they always do their little clash of the two to get their synthesis. And so that's all nonsense. Look into CNP and who's associated with it. We have In-Q-Tel up here. Everyone, in PayPal. I'm sorry, I forgot to say PayPal. Cynthia says uniparty globalists. Yes, exactly. The CNP is filled with globalists, although they pay lip service to nationalism. That's not what they're about. They're about corporatism and other stuff. So PayPal up here connected to Peter Thiel, Founders Fund. Then we have In-Q-Tel. Q is posted about In-Q-Tel, so I think everybody's aware of that. They tie back into the CIA and Louis Gilman and Palantir. And so then we go down and Palantir ties to Lord Guthrie. Then we've got them tied to the NHS, the UK National Health Service, but also they're doing the US Health and Human Services, Department of Health and Human Services. So you have, in the National Security Commission on AI, that is chaired by, what's his name that left Google? Eric Schmidt. Yes, he is on this little board here. And so Palantir is doing the data mining and the rollout of the NHS COVID tracking, of the US COVID tracking and distribution of the vaccine. The Johnson administration connects them. Then you've got Genome UK, Ben Warner, Duncan Robinson, Daniel Bethlehem. Up here you have Microsoft and Google. NHS Digital. Remember, the NHS was infiltrated by the Mossad via Nicole Junkerman. So there's that. Look at this.
I did a show on Palantir, and it's hardcore, you guys. They take big data and they can identify where crimes are going to be committed. They do it made the news a long time ago. I want to say in 2008, and the government in New Orleans didn't approve of the sheriff's department using their system. They snuck it in as a test bed, and they could identify people to determine how likely they were to commit a crime. It's social profiling to the furthest degree.
On steroids.
Yeah, it's scary.
If you've seen the show Person of Interest, that show is based on the Palantir software. It has over 100 data points per individual?
I would say at least.
Yeah, probably more than that. It is stunning the amount of personal information they have on you. This organization, BIT, that stands for Behavioral Insights Team. As she just said, this is like social engineering and stuff. This is tracking your behavior to give them insight into how to nudge you. The Ministry of Defense, SGMI, Specialist Group Military Intelligence. This is the UK Military Intelligence, MI6. ties into this. The 77th Brigade, which is all over Twitter, combating anyone that is saying that they don't like vaccines, right? This was admitted that the British government, their intelligence services, specifically 77th Brigade, the PSYOPs division, is basically smearing anyone skeptical of a COVID vaccine as a conspiracy theorist, as an extremist, etc. Sheila says Bannon and Kellyanne are both connected to the Mercers. Yeah, didn't Kellyanne just say Trump should concede? Isn't that nice? And her husband has been working with the Lincoln Project from the beginning, and her daughter's out of control and seems to have no discipline, nobody really watching her. What the heck? Okay.
Go back up to the top of it, though. The whole In-Q-Tel piece of it and the links to the CIA, FBI, like all that dark money, all the money that they get in these black contracts, they dedicate them to In-Q-Tel. Peter Thiel, or Thiel, however you want to say it, he decides which companies through Y Combinator and Founder Fund. Those are all of the, the incubators, right? So they find all these companies that have good ideas and, new technologies, and then they buy them out, and then they make them into deep state companies that are owned and controlled by the CIA and the FBI and NSA and everything. They intentionally leave back doors so that it's all accessible. It's incredible, and you can see it right there in In-Q-Tel. That money was ingested into Palantir, and then they basically just put it right back into the deep state. It's a deep state tool.
Yeah. And Peter Thiel, I don't trust anything he says. I mean, he pretends to be a Trump supporter and everything like that, but yeah. Come on, guys. Ambrosia Blood Clinic.
He makes his technologies and his companies like Palantir. I think that's related to Lord of the Rings and the Oracle or something like that. He's creepy.
He is creepy. He's a homosexual man, so he's already living in sin. Sorry, but that's the truth. Just saying. He's interested in young blood, the Ambrosia Young Blood Clinic that he was getting blood transfusions from was mysteriously shut down shortly after we covered it on our show. Ambrosia being an occult term for like the nectar of the gods and stuff like this. No, he's a transhumanist. That's what he is. So what he's doing is he's created the technology that Israel uses to surveil their border. It's extremely invasive. There's no opting out of it. So, he's a very difficult person to put your finger down on. He mainly espouses libertarian ideology. He's not even a conservative. But in some aspects, he's very right-wing in some regards. In others, he's extremely libertarian, which is in my opinion, stupid ideology to a libertarian, they think that like anarchy is a good idea because they don't like rules and stuff. And it's like, okay, so get rid of our government and stuff because you don't like having somebody rule over you and tell you what to do. And then China comes and colonizes, and then you have somebody ruling over you telling you what to do. They're just a little bit worse. Like, come on, wake up, people.
So not close as in Lord of the Rings. Gandalf warned Saruman, sorry if I say it wrong, I didn't see these movies, about who might be watching, and Saruman replies, why should we be afraid to use it? Because it's an invasion of privacy. It's unethical. It's information and intelligence and technology beyond the normal realm. It's not cool. That's why.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so then we go down over here to this side of it, UK RTC. That's the rapid test consortium that they've put together for distributing the vaccine. That ties to John Bell. DNA Nudge. Oxford Nanopore, Oxford University, Abingdon Health, Omega Diagnostics, BBI Health, and Siga Healthcare. Here are the outsourced contracts. Serco. How many of y'all have heard of Serco? Right? They're not good at all. A shadowy organization that has been, they do a lot of like black operations. They're also, Serco is kind of connected with a lot of the SES level bureaucrats and stuff like that. We've got Pest Fix next to that, Capita, DHL, Deloitte, Unipart, Movano, Ayanda, Plano Boy, Sodexo, KPMG, PwC, Amazon, eBay, outsourcing contracts to Amazon and eBay, Public First, EY, SG Recruitment, Citell, Randox, TransUnion, MIDI, Boots, G4S, PPE, MedPro, Globus, Purple Surgical, P14 Medical, Tower Supplies, Mellor Designs, Randox, Clipper, Logistics, Blue Leaf, Unispace Global, Medco Solutions, GMG Ventures. GMG ties back into the faculty AI, which goes to the Johnson administration. That ties back to Vote Leave, Nigel Farage, SCL, Cambridge Analytica, Brexit team.
A lot of the companies there that you may not recognize, like Deloitte, they do, like, they're an accounting firm that basically says that your balance sheets are correct. So like if you were a Walmart, right? Or I don't know, let's just say you were a public company and you were trying to, you had board members and you had stockholders. Deloitte is the one that certifies your assets. So that's a big deal. EY is the same, Ernst & Young. There was another one in here that was interesting. I think PwC is Price Cooper Waterhouse, which is also another financial firm. KPMG, same thing. Wow. So these are the big companies that, like, let's say, I don't know, I'm trying to give a good example. Let's say that you are a Target store, and let's say that you are losing money out of your butt. They can make your balance sheet look like that you are profitable, so that people continue to buy stock in your company, while you continue to get loans at an A+ rating. They can basically fudge the financials, is what I'm saying. And notice their DHL is listed there as well. So DHL is owned by Deutsche Post. Same situation. If you have a KPMG or a Deloitte or someone that's doing your books and you've got black, dark money going through, that they can hide it that way. That's how they hide the money. And then the other companies, you've got a mix of technology, like Cytel is a big technology company. You've also got medical in there and logistics. So yeah, just globalism all over the place there.
Yeah, this is disturbing. And look at how many people are profiting from COVID, from the vaccine, etc. This is important, okay? They're trying to rule this out worldwide. And, to say Big Pharma and all these other companies, these contractors don't financially benefit from it would be a lie. Of course they do. Ghost of Patrick Henry says, follow the money. Exactly. And they outsource it to private companies for a reason. So you can't file FOIA requests. You can't get any kind of transparency or accountability. This is why it is being outsourced. We've got over here.
I just want to say it's very interesting that they would use a company like Palantir. So just think about it for a second. So I can see for the medical, for the need for, the whole China virus thing. But let's see, another company out there. So even a financial company. How would a financial company need a tool that can look at a person and determine if they're going to commit a crime? That's what they do. That's what it's an intelligence application that can look at someone and know all their history and determine what their likelihood is of to commit a crime. So now if you're, dealing with financial industries, are they looking at individuals to determine how likely they are to steal or to commit fraud or to not pay back their loans? How deeply, like if you're talking social score stuff, that's pretty crazy there. And then I don't know, for some of these other industries, like in logistics, how would you use that in logistics? Would you be maybe transporting containers full of live people and you want to be able to, right? I mean, I don't know. Palantir involved with those outsourced contracts is very interesting.
Yeah, it's disturbing in my opinion. I don't like it. I think that I just don't like I don't like this COVID nonsense. To me, it is not legitimate. I don't think that I'm not doing a vaccine. I'm just not going to inject fetal, tissue and cells into my body, not injecting dead baby stuff into me. That goes against everything the Bible talks about. And that is, I think preparing people for the mark of the beast. But at the same time, they want to change everybody's diet. They want to change, they want everybody eating like lab-grown meat and stuff like this. No.
Well, it also gets really interesting too, because I mean, if you go back, and I hate to beat a dead horse, but I always talk about this, but if you go back to the whole Illuminati, that is about knowledge, right? And Palantir is the ultimate knowledge. It's the ultimate intelligence. And to be illuminated means that you have knowledge. You've got insight. It means that you can see things that other people can't see. So, I don't know. Not
Luciferian. Good. Yeah, that's it's like a Luciferian thing when you consider what that whole story was about and the fall of Lucifer and what caused him to fall. We have over here tying into outsourced contracts, PBCC, that's Plymouth Brethren Christian Church. What the hell are they doing involved in this stuff? A so-called Christian church. Under that, we have Akora, Acopia, Denka UK, Orcagel, Toffelin, Oscar Care, Techniclean Limited, CMT Equipment, Ascot Signs, Udale Corp, Total Protection, Eureka Global, Agile Medical, Arrow County Supplies, SMI International Group Limited. And so we have just kind of done an overview of this thing. And I have a link for the journalist and researcher who put this together. We're going to pull that up. And, you've got to be willing to look at information that comes from sources that you may not politically agree with. That does not make the information untrue just because you have different politics than the person that put it together. No, I mean, if you think that it's untrue, factually disprove it. If it is factual information and it's just coming from somebody that you don't like or that you have different politics from, that's called like not being in an echo chamber, guys. Everybody should be, looking at multiple sources for their information.
So speaking of multiple sources, so I watched, my little YouTube things, and one of them was, they're like a homesteader, and so they have a cabin that's off grid, and they got a lot of crap because people are saying, well, you have solar power, you're not off grid. You have a, propane stove, you're not off grid. Like they had, all of the people who watched the show had this built in their mind. They had decided in their mind that, anything that you have, in your cabin should be something that you crafted on your own, which is absurd, right? Yeah. So, the guy, he goes into this analogy of, look at, what are the people that drive the wheel thing or the horse carriages?
Oh, like the Amish.
Yes, the Amish. So he went into these examples of, like the Amish, right? They've chosen which technologies they want to allow into their life because, they've determined that some things will cause harm and other things will be good for them, right? So the Amish would have no issue using a cast iron stove, even though they didn't craft it themselves. And it's kind of, the same scenario here is that, like when you mentioned PayPal. So yes, PayPal has been a great technology. It's allowed people to transfer money quickly without, meeting in person. You can do it somewhat confidentially where I don't have to give you my bank account number. It's fast, it's easy, but doesn't that advance towards a cashless society, which also feeds into the New World Order agenda? So it's like all of these technologies seem to just verge or advance something else that take you into this other realm and one step closer to their power and control. Very fascinating. It was a good analogy that he gave. And so like you were saying there is that, maybe these are topics or things that might make you feel uncomfortable, but, you better understand them because you're going to be involved in it, whether you like it or not.
Exactly. Yes, that's a perfect analogy. And also you need to be aware of these things so that you can understand people that are trying to propagandize you from a conservative and right-wing position, right? There are families like the Mercer family that have taken over Breitbart, the Breitbart publication, since 2015 and have used his name and his brand to advance their own politics. They also use the comment section on the Breitbart website to do their micro-targeting of ads and to create psychological profiles on the accounts that had been commenting on Breitbart articles. A lot of people aren't aware of that because a lot of people don't question, sources that are on their side ostensibly or seemingly, right? I mean, You don't think to look into Breitbart if you agree with 90% of what they put out.
Like there's people out there that are saying, I like PayPal. Well, PayPal was actually started by, if I'm not mistaken, and my memory serves me right, it was started by Elon Musk.
Yes.
And you can, praise Elon all you want, but the dude, anyone who reaches that level, I'm sorry, they didn't get there on their own. He got cash ingested from the CIA. And if you take cash from the CIA, you are compromised. You don't get to make your own decisions. You don't get to do the things you want. You do the things they want. So you can think of him as a hero and you can be like, hey, PayPal's convenient, but you're handing over your personal information to the enemy.
Yes, exactly. That's true. And so, Elon Musk, yes, he is obviously a CIA creation,
Yeah, all of his companies, even right down to the Boring Company that does big tunnels. And I did a show on him too. And the dude is not who you think he is, guys. Not at all.
Yeah.
Just look at all of his companies and his success ratio. And it's not because he's a smart man. It's because he's the face, just like Zuckerberg is the face of Facebook and Dorsey is the face of Twitter. They're all compromised. They're all puppets. They do what they're told, no matter if it's good for us or not.
Yeah. And just briefly, because somebody asked, so now Breitbart is corrupted, or where did your comment go? Where did it go? Breitbart is corrupted now. Yes, they are. Do they do any groundbreaking reporting anymore? Not really. I mean, they've been controlled now, right? Contained. Breitbart used to be the place to go for hard-hitting conservative news for the big stories being broke on Breitbart, they didn't really cover Hunter's laptop. Come on, guys. Who are the Mercers?
What happened? What happened to Breitbart? You really think that was like, natural? I don't. And then in comes Bannon, and I know many people out there love Steve Bannon, but I don't know. You should think about that a little bit. And, it's one of those situations where they make you think that Breitbart is good, and they may have been good in the past, but now they're compromised. So you still use them as a source, but they taint it with left-leaning subliminal messaging.
Absolutely. And they just don't do anything controversial anymore. They're very much like establishment GOP stuff now. So just real quickly, who are the Mercers, the wealthy backers of Breitbart? Steve Bannon, once hailed as the mastermind behind Donald Trump, was forced to step down from his post at Breitbart. Bannon has run afoul not only of Trump, but also of his key backers from the wealthy Mercer family. Now, they later abandoned President Trump. They were supporting him for a little bit, but really they were doing this for financial gain and because they support the GOP establishment. Bannon's fall from grace apparently culminated on Tuesday when he announced he would step down as head of the conservative outlet Breitbart. Bannon's position has been deeply shaken by his feud with President Trump over the statement cited in the new Fire and Fury book. According to the media, that spat also created an open rift between the 64-year-old strategist and his powerful financiers, the conservative Mercer family. No, Zionist billionaire Mercer family, which had played a key part in Bannon's rise to power. Who are the Mercers? The Mercer family patriarch is a 71-year-old hedge fund magnate, Robert Mercer, who owns $8 billion in back taxes. That's right, while you have to pay your taxes, or, they start taking your paychecks. Robert Mercer, a billionaire, can owe $8 billion in taxes. How nice. Until recently, a co-CEO of Renaissance Technologies trade firm, Mercer is a computer programmer by vocation who worked in computational linguistics for the computer giant IBM for 2 decades before joining the hedge fund company in the early 1990s. Mercer is an avid poker player, a model train aficionado, and notably tight-lipped. He avoids speaking openly on his political beliefs. Quote, I believe individuals are happiest and most fulfilled when they form their own opinions, assume responsibility for their actions, and spend the fruits of their own labor as they see fit, unquote, he said in November. Right. So what's interesting about that statement here is when they form their own opinions. Oh, is that when they think that they're forming their own opinions, but they're really being micro-targeted by your propaganda and psychological operations and are being nudged into a certain narrow worldview and echo chamber?
I'm excited to get to Palantir.
Yeah, same thing with Palantir. According to an in-depth report by Jane Meyer in The New Yorker, Mercer is a Christian conservative, gun enthusiast, climate change denier because climate change doesn't exist, religious small government proponent, so he claims, and a man who despises the political establishment as incompetent and corrupt, and indeed they are. That doesn't make him better, though. He has donated over $100 million to various right-wing candidates and think tanks. So think about how much influence he's been able to spread, right? He's donating money to think tanks, conservative think tanks, to conservative candidates. Most of that money has gone to the Mercer Family Foundation, run by his daughter, Rebecca. Rebecca is the 44-year-old Mercer, the middle of Robert Mercer's 3 daughters. She is said to share her father's political convictions and cut an imposing figure even among ultra-rich U.S. conservatives. On behalf of the Mercers, she backed Mitt Romney in his presidential bid in 2012. Well, guess what, guys? Cambridge Analytica, the Mercer family company, also backed Barack Obama in 2012. Isn't that funny? So they control the left and the right. Wow. She didn't mince words, decrying the Republican Party leadership after Romney's loss to Barack Obama, who the other members of her family probably were funding and backed, stunning the attendees at a special dinner for big donors after the 2012 election. The loss reportedly prompted the Mercers to impose strict controls and checks on the way that their donations were being spent. What is the Mercer stake in right-wing politics? The family's influence seems to have grown suddenly in the wake of the so-called Citizens United verdict in 2010, when the Supreme Court removed nearly all limits on corporations and individuals donating to politicians. By 2011, the Mercers started attending seminars set up by well-known billionaire conservatives David and Charles Koch, known as the Koch brothers. The Mercers have fed millions into the Koch brothers' political organization. Hey, guys, how many of you are fans of the Koch brothers?
No.
Yeah, and their push for, cheap foreign labor? I think not.
There's always a motive behind it. That's the thing that I think people don't realize. These guys don't donate, billions of dollars out of the kindness of their heart. They don't donate billions of dollars because they're gun enthusiasts. They do it to control and manipulate and have power. So, their motives might look like, they're doing it to save the GOP or, to help President Trump, but I'm sure they expected some payment in return. And obviously, since they're not too keen on Trump anymore, I'm assuming they didn't get what they wanted.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to consider people like Kellyanne and stuff. Who are they? Who were they really there for? I don't know. I'm just asking these questions.
Yeah,
I think it's important.
Same thing too. Like, I like Kellyanne. I always thought that she was really great, and then we find out that she's married to an idiot, and there's drama and everything that's going on there, and it starts to cause more harm than good. And now she's no longer part of his campaign and starts to backpedal. Like, you have to ask the question. If you don't ask the question of, well, what was she really there for? Was she a plant? Was she a leak? Is she one of the people that had leaked information? I mean, if you don't ask those questions, you're not going to ever get any answers. And she could be as clean as ever. She could be like Snow White, but you better ask the question, because can't trust anybody.
Exactly. And I honestly believe she is has battered wife syndrome. Just saying. Good Lord.
How could she not? Yeah, how could she not?
He was publicly humiliating her for about 3 years. That's got to be, that has to take a toll on you emotionally. You know what I mean?
Right. So you would either leave your husband or leave your job. I mean, that's the thing that's so fascinating about that whole situation is, she's living in it. There's no way that you can leave politics out of your marriage. I just don't see that that's a possibility. Yeah. And that had to have caused, a very volatile situation at home, and to do nothing, to stay at your job, which is the cause of the problem, and stay with a husband who is verbally and mentally abusive. I don't know. Yeah. There's something not right with that picture.
She's got that daughter that just does the same thing, embarrasses her constantly, dresses like a, I'm not going to say hooker, but you know what I mean. And does these bizarre live streams. Why aren't they watching their child? She's 15 and she's dressing like a 30-year-old hooker. And she's making these videos, trashing her mom up and down. And the daughter probably gets this from the husband. It seems like the two of them gang up on her. And I bet they do. And so, I'm just saying I kind of feel bad for Kellyanne in that regard. And I think that, we have to keep that in mind with her and maybe some of the reasons why she did some of the things she did. Okay, so the Mercers joined the nonprofit Government Accountability Institute founded by Bannon. The group produced a book on corruption allegations against Bill and Hillary Clinton called Clinton Cash, and another one on the Bush family dubbed Bush Bucks, despite the latter being a Republican political dynasty. So that's interesting, right? The Mercers held a major stake in a company called Cambridge Analytica. This is a liberal publication, so they'll never mention the fact that Cambridge Analytica was the one behind Barack Obama in crafting his message and his digital targeting. His first campaign in 2008 was, I think, one of the first campaigns to really use social media. And it was Cambridge Analytica largely behind that effort. And his ability to reach, to do the grassroots type of outreach and track people from their data and look at, too, all these different data points about them and, target them specifically.
So, and not only that, but they also tried to almost frame Trump with it as well, because so Cambridge Analytica was used in for Obama. That's supposedly how he won the election. It also was targeted towards, I want to say it was Georgia or something like that. I don't remember, but it affected an election, and then Bannon's connection with it, and what's the whistleblower's name? I can't remember her name, but she is a psycho woman. She first came out and said she was part of the Trump team. They did a contract with the Trump organization. Then she started to bash Trump. She had this guy that was I assume a CIA agent who started to basically screw with her head. And she came back and said, I'll have to find that documentary. It's amazing. But basically they tried to frame Trump, and Trump never used the Cambridge Analytica data. They may have looked at it, but they didn't use it. They had their own data that they went with. So they tried to frame Trump. No, it wasn't Omarosa. It was some other lady. I can't remember her name, but she was big with Cambridge Analytica. And and as soon as they realized that Trump didn't use that data, then they backed off of that whole thing. You guys remember back at the beginning of the Q post? Yeah, they basically, it was all over the news that, Trump is a terrible, horrible person because he used, this stolen data from Facebook with Cambridge Analytica, and they dropped it because they knew he didn't use it. But it was a big controversy.
Yes,
and
it was.
Again, Bannon was attached to it, so let that sink in.
Yeah, and, think about, too, the fact that it's fine for the Obama administration to openly say that Facebook gave them all the information on their users in 2008, in 2012.
Right. It's okay for him to do it, but not Trump.
Yeah, then he, what the hell is that, too? Just to, put out these double standards with the media that they will not cover this stuff when it is the left doing it. So they say the Mercers hold a stake in a company, Cambridge Analytica, which uses digital data to tailor election propaganda to voters. That is true. It's micro-targeted psychographics, and it's designed to nudge people. They have, just like Palantir, they've got many data points on people. They track you, they track your behavior, and they know how to manipulate people. They were behind the Brexit thing, which was successful. That shows you the power of their psychographics, their psychological operations, and the power of the information they have from this data on people.
And then just to kind of break it down, so they would take the voter rolls and they would look at the people that they knew. Let's just use Obama because I don't like to use Trump as an example. But they would find the people that they knew that were going to vote for Obama, and then they'd find the people that they knew were not going to vote for Obama. They wouldn't mess with the people that were not going to vote for Obama. They would choose the people in the middle, and that is their target audience because they want to sway and influence those voters to go and vote for Obama. Obama. And it is highly targeted. They knew exactly who the people were, and they would push ads specifically to those people. So if you were a no to Obama, you never saw their ads. If you were a yes to Obama, you never saw their ads. You were only the ones that were in the middle. And they tested the messages. They tried, thousands of different ads to find the ones that got the most views and the most interaction and the most, retweets, or the most, what's the word? The ones that would go viral. And that's how they change elections. And that's what they did in Brexit too.
Yeah. And they're very successful. Now look what this says here. The Mercers first met Andrew Breitbart, the founder of what is now Breitbart News Network, in 2011.
They probably killed him.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, but I just did.
Through him, they soon met Bannon, who took the reins after Breitbart died of a sudden heart attack just in 2012. So they meet him in 2011. The next year, he's dead, and Bannon takes over at Breitbart, and the Mercers start backing him. Isn't that interesting?
And who's heard of the heart attack gun?
Right? Exactly. I mean, guys, geez. Now, the billionaire family, the Mercers, they originally funded Ted Cruz's presidential campaign and then switched to Trump after he won the primary. They were not initial Trump supporters. They wanted Ted Cruz. And who do you think is behind all the pushing of Ted Cruz? Oh, he's so cool. That's them.
I don't know. I mean, the whole situation with Ted Cruz, I have mixed feelings on it just because of other stuff that happened. But I feel like he's been flipped and freed. But I guess time will tell on that one.
Yeah, I think that's true. But I always question the wife. I always question the wife, who is she's a banker. And she's also a CFR lady, his wife.
Well, forget that thought then.
Here's an article from 2019. Crickets, they're gone. Why the Mercers, Trump's biggest 2016 backers, have bailed on him. Maybe because they didn't get what they wanted, right?
Yeah, something there didn't add up. They must have wanted something, and Trump said, nope.
Yeah, so that's another thing to keep in mind. Wow. All right, now I want to to remind everybody, and then we'll get into Palantir. Dark winter. This is coming from Bloomberg. They keep signaling dark winter, dark winter, dark winter. Here's another one. They're signaling dark winter. Percentage of adults living in households not current on their rent or their mortgage for eviction or foreclosure in the next 2 months is either very likely or somewhat likely. Look at this. The red is 41%. That is almost, look at all these states. In all of these states that are red, that means basically half the state is late on their rent. And
that's crazy.
May face eviction or foreclosure. Look at that.
That's really scary, guys, because I'm telling you, it doesn't take long for people to flip the frick out. When you take a roof off of their head, when you take away their food, when you take away their technology and their comfort, they will lose their stuff. They will go crazy. They will. Yeah. I can't even describe what. To go anarchist isn't the word. To say riot, to say murder and theft, and you're talking pure chaos.
Yeah, people have been out of work. This source for this isn't Bloomberg. They are reporting on it, but it comes from the U.S. Census Bureau. The Census Bureau. So I don't necessarily question them. All right, the red is half the state, that's 41% of people living in the states in red, are saying they are very likely to either be evicted or face foreclosure in the next 2 months. And now where you see the blue here, that's 21% in New York, in Alabama. I can't see what that state is, but it's like above New York. And then this light green is about 11%. That's Maine. So look at and then the gray, that's 31%. That's basically, a quarter of the residents in the gray states. That's 31% facing eviction or foreclosure. That is insane.
That is scary, guys. That is scary. That is really scary. So everyone gave me the perfect terminology. They will go ape shit. Yes, people will.
Yeah.
There's how much? What's the percentage of unemployed, and what's the percentage of people that are relying on, handouts at this point? And then, of course, you've got the Democrats over there. Oh, we'll give you a universal income, and we'll write off all of your student loan debt. Oh, we'll make sure that you get free rent. Do you guys see what's happening here?
Yeah, this is sad, guys. There are a lot of people that are really, have been out of work since March. They've gotten one stimulus check, one of $1,000.
Yeah, Lori A says doing and selling drugs. See, here's the thing, that you've got a very unstable population. They're stressed. They're have financial problems, marital problems, every kind of problem, right? Death, sickness, illness. All they have to do is just drop some drugs into that neighborhood, drop some weapons into that neighborhood, and not going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, this is really sad. So people, you need to keep this stuff these people in your prayers, and keep this stuff in your mind, this information. Like, there are food banks that have 10-hour lines. They've been overwhelmed for months. Food banks are running out of food. There are people that are starving, that are not even eating. They don't have the money. They have to, am I going to feed myself, or am I going to pay my rent, or am I going to, feed my kids? It's not good. People are doing really bad right now, but Jeff Bezos can make $68.8 billion since March. He could donate that money, and he could pay some of these bills for these people.
Just like the one guy that said, with the stimulus money that they've given out, that would have given $20,000 to every single American. How messed up is that? Has that stimulus stuff that they've given to, big corporations, has that really made a difference in your life? Not mine.
Nope.
You also have to realize, too, is that this is part of a grand master plan. They've got us all jam-packed into little, metropolitan cities, because when shit hits the fan, it's going to hit the fan. Like, I wish I lived out in the country where I don't have to deal with what's going to happen if and when their plan goes into effect. I mean, the good news is, not to be like Debbie Downer or anything, the good news is that I do hope that things are going to be happening with the election, and that we are going to see some major booms coming in terms of roundups of the criminals. And I think that this map could easily change. Even within a month or two, it could change. But as of right now, I totally believe this. This is very realistic. And then you also have to ask, too, because I quit my globalist job, right? I'm taking a little vacation here, living off of savings, which is probably not the best thing to do right now, but whatever. But what kind of jobs are available? Really, what jobs are available right now? Think about it. Like, car dealerships, could you go work at a car dealership? Not too many people are buying new cars. Could you go work at selling brand new homes? No, probably not. People, don't have the cash to put down big down payments to buy a house. Could you go work at a fast food restaurant? Yeah, you could, but that's, minimum wage. right? All of the jobs that are available right now are like minimum wage jobs, not enough to pay rent.
Right, that's right. And a lot, like Jam and Mammy says, virtual jobs. A lot of these jobs, like banks and stuff, most of that stuff is automated now. They've got like one teller working inside the bank.
I tried to call my bank yesterday. I was on hold for 30 minutes. I finally hung up. They don't care. They're not hiring people. They can use the excuse of COVID for their crappy customer service.
Yeah. So this is, there are a lot of people struggling, and everybody says, oh, well, people should live within their means and this and that. Okay, most Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and this is because of the wealth transfers that have hollowed out this middle class. It's because their jobs have been sent overseas for cheap foreign labor. It's in inflation. The money that you make hourly does not compare to how the price of things has gone up. It costs way more to buy a house now than it did in the 1950s, for example. Food is more expensive. It's not like it was. Most Americans have maybe 6 months worth of savings, if that. And we've been locked down since March.
Well, you keep saying it, Radix, and you're right, is that this is a wealth transfer. They're taking all of the wealth from the American people, even though, a year ago, maybe you didn't feel all that wealthy. You had a little bit of money in the bank. You had a job. You were paying your bills. Maybe you owned a house. I mean, all of that is gone now because businesses are closing and the jobs are no longer there, and the cost of food has gone up, and it is a transfer of wealth right now. It's a very serious thing.
Yeah, I mean, people need to the lockdown needs to end now.
Yeah, they need to end it, and they need to give stimulus. They need to give some big stimulus, immediately, and open up. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with that. Pelosi
she refuses to do it.
Yeah.
She literally came out and said, I don't want to make Trump look good.
Yeah, and if you're out there on social media and you get those trolls and shills that hit you up on your Twitter, remind them that Trump said that he would sign a stimulus package immediately if it was solely for the people. Immediately. So if people bitch and say, well, look at what Trump has done to our economy, and he won't get us a stimulus check, it has nothing to do with Trump. It has nothing to do with Trump. It's about Pelosi, and she will not give it to the American people without throwing in their slush fund. That's what it's about.
And we can't afford that. We cannot afford her slush funds. And she flat out said she wouldn't do it anyways until Biden gets in, because she doesn't want to give Trump a win. She wants that to make it look like Biden's the hero. Ridiculous.
Very sad. Yeah, Bestoni says disgusting traitors. Absolutely. Well, Bezos is getting rich, and Walmart is, making money, and it's all those people that were on that list that we were just showing a minute ago for Paladin, or Palantir. They're all globalists. They're all in it together, guys, and they're all getting they're getting rich. It's the same thing that happened in 2008. How many of you guys lost your ass in 2008? I did. I lost it all.
Yeah.
And all my money that I worked my butt off for my whole life went into their pockets. Very frustrating. And it's me times 350 million other people that happened to.
Yep, absolutely. We'll quickly touch on this story, and then we will get to Palantir finally. Cops raid home of Rebecca Jones, who said she was fired for not doctoring COVID-19 data. And so this is so frustrating, especially in light of what we just looked at. So many Americans are struggling right now and are literally facing eviction and foreclosure on their homes, small businesses. There are people who have had their small business in their family for generations That is a piece of their family history, and they are losing that. How dare these people take that from them? There's no bailout for them. It all goes to these corporations, like the flight industry, the airlines. Fuck the airlines. Just saying, why bail them out when they're not going to get customers right now? No one can travel.
Right. See, that's the thing. They're willing to throw major industries under the bus to get their way. They threw the entire travel industry under the bus to implement this plan. And I guarantee you, if you went back and you looked at the selling of stocks prior to COVID, you would, I guarantee it, you would see these globalists all sold out right before this happened. Yeah, the cruise industry completely crushed. The cruise industry is probably never going to recover from it. Travel industry all over the world, totally shut down. Hotels are empty. Restaurants totally screwed. Like, they didn't care. They were willing to throw all of that out the window. Insane. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Let's get on with the show here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very sad. There are people, businesses that are like, they rely on tourism to survive, and no one can travel right now. They've shut down the entire globe. That's how powerful these people are. And this is how disgusting they are. Okay, so Florida police on Monday raided the home of a former state data scientist who claimed she was fired from the Department of Health for refusing to doctor COVID figures. Rebecca Jones posted video on Twitter showing officers with the FDLE, notoriously corrupt, drawing their guns as they entered her home in Tallahassee. They pointed a gun in my face. They pointed guns at my kids, she wrote. Jones, who's been a vocal critic of Governor Ron DeSantis' handling of the pandemic since she was canned in May, said agents seized her phone and computer. They claimed it was about a security breach. This was DeSantis. He sent the Gestapo, she wrote. Now, I don't know what she's talking, like what her specific issue was and what she meant by she wasn't doctoring the statistics. Like, I don't know in what way she means by that.
Something just doesn't sound right about this story, because Florida, they opened up early. They were like one of the first states that opened up early. And I don't know. And I saw the video of when the police came to her house, and I get it. Like, that's going to be a traumatizing experience and everything, but something just does not seem right about this story. I can't pinpoint it.
This could be a disgruntled person who was fired and then is saying that they were fired for, other reasons, right? But it's still something worth covering since this story came out today. A police spokeswoman confirmed officers did serve a search warrant at her home. The warrant stemmed from an investigation of an alleged hack of the DOH's messaging alert system used for emergencies. On November 10th, someone used the alert system to send a message saying it's time to speak up before another 17,000 people are dead. You know this is wrong. You don't have to be a part of this. Be a hero. Speak out before it's too late. Now, 17,000, that number just kind of sticks out to me, that somebody hacked the emergency alert system and used 17 in their number here, right? We know that not all these people are dying from COVID. A lot of these deaths are comorbidity, right?
So it sounds like she is on the other side of the COVID thing of she's going against DeSantis, who DeSantis is saying, no, I want to open up my state. Open up the state. You guys can draw your own conclusions from there. And it sounds like her statistics were, no, people are dying.
Yeah, exactly. That's what this sounds like. Now, this went out, about 1,750 of the messages went out before delivery was stopped, according to the search warrant. Agents suspect someone at Jones's home illegally accessed the system. Jones denied hacking the system. she says, oh, I'm not a hacker. I do data statistics and analysis. So this could be like a disgruntled employee, but it also could be somebody that was like brainwashed by the liberal media and actually thought she was doing like the right thing. I don't know. But it could also be one of those things where, you know, maybe she's being offered money to say this stuff. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, there's something weird about that story. It really does need some digging on it because it just doesn't sound right. Something is off there. It's almost as if they wanted to get DeSantis and Florida and COVID in the news. Like they needed those talking points or something. I don't know.
She's a Karen.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Good Lord. Okay, so now we're going to get to Palantir. This is the gentleman who I believe put together the graphic that we looked at earlier about Palantir. He says the government are extending its short-term, quote-unquote, emergency COVID-19 data deals with big tech firms for another 5 years. What? 5 years. The companies that run the NHS data store are Palantir and Faculty AI, both connected to Cambridge Analytica. There's an article here. We need answers about the 5-year NHS data deals with big tech. That is people's personal information.
I can't deal with another 5 years of this crap. I can't freaking do it. I don't want to have an app that says I can go to work, that I report that I don't have a fever. I don't want to get a vaccine. I sure as hell am not going to wear a mask. They're telling us that this crap is going to go on for another 5 years. Contact tracing. What the hell, guys?
Besnoni says, no, she was fired for inputting false COVID deaths. Now that makes more sense. That wouldn't surprise me. And so if that is true, then yeah, I mean, what does she expect? Just saying. If you don't want cops coming to your house pointing guns at your kids, maybe don't try to doctor data and put other people at risk.
That makes way more sense to me. Yeah, that makes way more sense because I had only seen like the headlines of it on Twitter and people were outraged, and I'm like, something's not right there. So that makes more sense. So DeSantis said, you know what, enough of your games, and kapow.
Wow. Besnoni says right after she was fired, all labs had to reboot deaths to White House task force. What? Okay, that makes sense. And it also makes sense that initially they were getting these false figures that were conflating comorbidities and other stuff. And then the CDC revised their statistics. Remember that, guys. Now they're saying, oh, it's a 98% like survival rate. Huh.
I'm not doing this for another 5 years. I'm telling you. Yeah. I will go and find, I will just drive out to the country, find somewhere remote and build me a freaking shack. Not even kidding. This is ridiculous.
Well, and the other thing is, look at how these companies are profiting. Lucrative long-term contracts off of COVID. Look at how big tech is profiting from it. Son of a gun, Bezos, $68.8 billion just since March alone. It's stunning to me how people don't see the freaking financial incentives here and how this is being manipulated.
It's like the writing is totally on the wall, you guys.
Yep, that's right. Palantir is a shadowy data scrapping and surveillance company founded by right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel, who also has a passion for genomics. Oh, how nice. The Warner brothers, who set up Faculty AI, worked on Tory election and Leave campaigns and attended SAGE meetings. So by Leave campaigns, I think they mean Brexit. He cites this. Breaking Amnesty raised concerns over Palantir's human rights record in advance of the direct listing of Palantir Technologies on the New York Stock Exchange tomorrow. That was back in September when they went public on the New York Stock Exchange. For years, Palantir did not make money. They poured billions into it, and it was not profitable. And then all of a sudden it was Reid report failing to do right, the urgent need for Palantir to respect human rights. What they're upset with is about how Palantir is being used to track people at the border. So it's not like they, it's disputable about whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, I don't think it's acceptable for illegals to be pouring in over our border.
It's also interesting to think about, look what's happening in China with I always say it wrong, the Uyghurs, I think.
Uyghurs.
Okay,
Uyghurs.
yeah. Thank you. Hey. Hey. But I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't using the Palantir type of technology to track all of those people, because it's mega hardcore surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening in the background, and I finally was able to back away. But when you mentioned the extension, it just made me think, especially the pairing with Cambridge Analytica, how they're going to use the event essentially to track how the residual reaction continues. Because,
oh my God.
See, the 5 years, that would be like, okay, what kind of groups break off, or what kind of resistance do we have? How long does that last? Based upon the amount of effort or push or, force that they use this time around. Okay, what did that buy us?
Yep.
And I think that's kind of where they're going to go with it.
Right,
Oh,
like that map we looked at earlier.
If we weren't onto them.
Yeah, like that map we looked at earlier. So 6 months from now, well, okay, let's go ahead and just X out Arizona because, everyone there is broke and living on the streets, and half have killed each other, and, they've turned into freaking, eating each other or whatever, like they're eating their pets and they've turned into a third world country, it's scary, guys.
Wow. It certainly is. So continuing, it says the government contracts were only seen after legal challenges by Open Democracy, Foxglove Legal in the UK, and the New York Times in the US. They revealed that Palantir won, quote unquote, contracts at the same time to run COVID-19 data stores for the NHS, that's the UK National Health System, and the HHS, that's the US Health and Human Services. So how is that possible at the same time? He's linking to a tweet from November 22nd. This diagram shows how the US and UK governments appear to have a joint parallel COVID-19 strategy, giving military-backed data mining company Palantir access to health data on a mass scale. And recall, Palantir is a Inquitel-style CIA company. They got seed funding from the CIA. Billions were poured into them when they were not profitable for years. And now, all of a sudden, they're getting like no bid contracts. They go public on the New York Stock Exchange. To me, that shows they are getting a boost into this.
And they're all working together too. I just want to point out, like when you look at your phone and you look up an address, I learned this on my own and it fascinated me. Look up a library and it will tell you how long people are usually in that library. There's no ticker or something that is at the door that says, Roxy arrived at 11:39 and left at 11:55. It's not, it's your phone, guys. It's your phone that calculates that. And you cannot tell me that Google is not hooked in with Palantir. All of these big tech companies are working together to be able to track and have this ultimate intelligence about you. And you guys remember a couple weeks ago with Radix, I showed just the personality profiling that they can do just off of your text from Twitter. And remember how it broke out like 50 different personality indexes for me based off of the text that I have included on Twitter. And it even goes further than that, where they can tell your sexuality, which way you vote, how, everything that they want to know about you they can tell. And when all these big tech companies share that data together and you mine that data across multiple sources, like what kind of food does she eat? How much exercise does she get? What's her health app say about her? When they combine all of that, they know everything there is to know. It's screwed, guys. It is the ultimate monster.
Yeah.
You could call it the beast system, but it's just one step closer to it, really.
It really is disturbing. Now, the next thing I want to bring up is an article by Whitney Webb. She put this out just, I think, yesterday. Palantir's Tiberius, Race, and the Public Health Panopticon, the controversial data mining firm whose history and rise has long been inextricably linked with the CIA and the national security state, will now use its software to identify and prioritize the same minority groups that it has long oppressed on behalf of the U.S. military and U.S. intelligence. Now, I would, say on behalf of the establishment, more likely. And it depends on what you mean by that. Like, if we're talking about illegals flooding our in the border, I don't call that like oppressing minorities. I call that protecting the American people from potential terrorists, spies, etc. So I see things a little bit differently in that regard, but everybody's allowed to have their own opinion on that.
Well, these technologies were supposed to be used to keep us safer, right? That's the spin that they used on it. It was supposed to, help apprehend terrorists, but no, they turned that technology against Americans, just like the NSA did, right? Just like Biden's crime bill or his invention or pushing forward of the whole NSA of spying on the American people. They lied. They lied, and they've profited off of it. And it's just like, with the COVID tracing, like people are saying, oh, well, I turned my phone off, or, get rid of your cell phone. They don't need it anymore, guys. Exactly. They don't need it. Look at, what they're doing with the 23andMe. They don't need it anymore, guys. I used to
have genetics,
Yeah, they have it all. Let's just put it that way. They have it all. They know everyone you ever slept with. They know every time you've ever had, a cold. They know what you're immune to. They know everything.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. They know who all your friends are. They know what you say in your DMs to people. I mean, this is what it is.
They know who you're related to.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because you always wonder, well, why don't they use this technology to go after the bad guys? Well, they can't, because if they do, then they have become public with this technology. Yeah, no, I'm not even going to get into it anymore because it's getting me all riled up, but yeah.
Yes, exactly. Because then people are going to be on to their little game. Operation Warp Speed, the public-private partnership. Now, I read that as quasi-fascist, but we already have that anyways. When you look at companies like Facebook, like Google, they got their damn seed money from the U.S. intelligence community, but they're ostensibly private companies. No, they are not. There's the line between them being a private company and an extension of the U.S. intelligence community is extremely thin. Not everybody else got, venture capital money from In-Q-Tel that gave them a boost and got them all over the mainstream media.
See, now this is what gets me, because I was a startup company in Silicon Valley, busting my ass to be successful, but there was no way. I could not compete with that. All they did was they stole my ideas, and they stole the company and recreated it with, millions of dollars of investment. You cannot create a new business in technology today. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
And the liberals always say, well, just create your own Twitter. You don't like their rules. You can't create your own Twitter. Their minds are just They don't understand anything. Okay, so public-private partnership, PPP, I cannot stand. This is a quasi-fascist. Like the corporations need to be working any more hand in glove with big government. Come on, they already are, but this is just insulting.
I was going to say, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I couldn't get there before. I think Roxy would agree. It's like when people say, just create your own, just say, we did. They stole it.
Yeah, pretty much. It's true.
That's right. And Google is notorious for that. There have been many people who have said they were called in to demo software or an app, and then they just stole the idea and created their own version of it. And then they launch it.
Yeah, if the U.S. doesn't steal it, then China will. Because China is reading all of your emails, listening to all of your conversations. Everything that you try to do as a business, they've got their hand in it, and they can do it faster than your small startup team can.
Yeah, it's
I'm going to draft a Gmail right now.
Right. Yeah.
It's gonna include the letters F, U, and C.
Thanks.
Right? Oh my goodness.
Don't forget the CCP.
Yeah, right? Jeez. Yeah, Swalwell photographed with a freaking Chinese spy. AOC photographed with a Chinese spy who had infiltrated the NYPD. Dianne Feinstein driven by a Chinese spy for 20 freaking years. Nancy Pelosi promoting Chinatown, in San Francisco in February.
And now there's Swalwell. He's busted too. His little Chinese
girlfriend.
Yeah.
Well, are there any Democrats that aren't working with a Chinese spy? At this point, that's the question that needs to be asked, and we just need to assume that they all are. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, basically, I sent out a tweet today, like if you're Hollywood, if you're big tech, if you're a CEO, if you're a bank, like basically you have it's coming down to days. You better come forward and you better confess, because once it all pops, like anyone who has gone against our president, and I'm talking, the higher up globalist level, they're all compromised. They all have something to lose. They all did something to put them in that position. All of them, every single one of them.
You too, Mercers. You too.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm not going to read some of these comments. Jeez, about to fart in the wind. Okay, so Operation Warp Speed, the public-private partnership created to produce and allocate COVID-19 vaccines to the American populace, is set to begin rolling out a mass vaccination campaign in the coming weeks. With the expected approval of its first vaccine candidate just days away, the allocation and distribution aspects of Operation Warp Speed deserve scrutiny, particularly given the critical role one of the most controversial companies in the country will play in that endeavor. Palantir Technologies, the company founded by Alex Karp, Peter Thiel, and a handful of their associates, has courted controversy for its supporting role in the U.S. military occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as its participation in the detention of illegal immigrants through their contracts with the Department of Homeland Security and in predictive policing law enforcement programs that disproportionately affect minority communities. I like how they put illegals in quotations as if that's not exactly what they are. Good Lord.
Yeah, that's right, because they zoom their little camera at somebody on the street and they can instantly pull up their rap sheet. They can tell how much money they have. They can tell if, they use drugs. They can tell who their who they're related to or who they're in a relationship with. They can tell just in like 2 seconds of looking at you. It is predictive profiling.
Yeah, if you've ever been pulled over and you're surprised by how it seems like the cops know a lot about you, that's why.
And they rolled something out here in Arizona, in my city, where you could have a car parked in a Walmart parking lot. Let's say there's 500 cars parked in that parking lot. Their system scans it, and in 1 second, they can determine, like, if they're looking for someone or if someone has expired tags or doesn't have insurance. Like, in 1 second, they can tell out of like 500 cars.
Yeah, that's right. Equally controversial, but perhaps lesser known, is Palantir's long-standing and enduring ties to the CIA and the intelligence community at large, which was intimately involved in the development of Palantir's products that now run on the databases of governments and corporations around the world. When we looked at that map, it showed you like all the countries that they're operating out of. Now, real quick, I see people talking about the SCOTUS news in live chat. I want to make clear that the ruling that came out today had a caveat. Technically, it's still on the docket to be heard, and they brought up a specific situation where that they would hear the case, and it seems like what's going to happen is that they're going to be combining some of these other swing state cases into one case that is brought before the U.S. Supreme Court, if I understand it correctly.
Well, and honestly, you guys, and I know I'll probably get some crap for this, but honestly, the SCOTUS isn't going to be the savior. The military is going to be the savior. I'm sorry, I said it, but this stuff is the show part of it. This is the stuff to wake the normies up. But ultimately, my personal belief is the SCOTUS efforts are going to fail, and Trump and the military are going to take matters into their own hands. That is my prediction.
Yeah, Chief Justice Roberts, right? Does anyone trust Roberts?
Right.
I don't know. I certainly don't. Good Lord.
And if you do your homework on it, the Supreme Court doesn't get involved in elections. They refer back to Congress, and Congress is going to fight it out tooth and nail. The Dems aren't going to give up. And yes, GSVT Patriot, military is the only way.
Yeah,
that's what you guys need to be studying.
It seems to relate to 2020. A lot of those posts. So we are at the top of the hour. I will pick up on more of this tomorrow. We will finish Zohar, Zisapel, and Rad because that is also super important. The problem with this stuff is that like I could go on for hours, and it would just go on and on forever. There's also a DARPA thing. We didn't get to the Instagram story. I hope we get to that tomorrow. I'll just quickly show you what that's about. This is about these Instagram influencers that are essentially prostituting themselves. They get paid like $20,000 to be flown out to Dubai to have sex with some gross, wealthy dude. They get paid to show up to these dinners in LA and Las Vegas, and sexual acts are expected. And if you don't perform them, they don't pay you the money that they claimed that they were going to pay you to show up to the event. Yeah, so.
Or they cop your passport and you can't get back in.
Yep, that's right.
Anyway.
It's really sad.
Great show, Radix. We'll pick it up tomorrow. I'm excited to talk more about it because obviously it gets me all fired up. And good to talk to you, Drunk Pinata. Get in here earlier next time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a little precarious at the moment. So I apologize. I'm hoping that, at some point it's going to be more regular. But for now, I'm sorry. It just kind of has to be a little bit more in and out when I can.
Yeah.
All right, I'm getting out of here. Thanks again. Have a good night.
Bye. All right, we are passing it over. It looks like we've got sunny days here. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing well. Thank you. Great show. Oh, so much good information.
I know, but sometimes it's like you just get like information overload and then you've got to like let it process. That's why
I agree.
Yes. Tomorrow, because it's just like, and it can be very overwhelming.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my. Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, I think. The COVID, I guess I keep my eye on that. And as much as I get tired of hearing about it, I need to, listen, and I'm trying to figure out where we're at and and process.
It is just like, it can be, what's the word? Like, kind of like depressing to like constantly have to talk about this and like listen to this stuff. But, what are you going to do? It's our job.
Yes, agreed.
I just want them to open up the country again so people can get back to work. People are like, I know like my daughter, she wants to go back to school. It is so hard for them to do like the remote learning. It's not easy.
So your private schools there are closed or shut down. I'm hearing that even in Minnesota that a lot of the private schools are open and they're doing fine with the COVID stuff.
Really? Oh, wow.
But so your state shut down private schools too.
Mm-hmm. All of them. Yep. And this state is trying to make going back to school reliant on your child being vaccinated.
Yeah, they'll push that here too, I'm sure.
And we're saying no. Look, I am not injecting my child with dead baby parts. Absolutely not. I don't know if they will allow religious exemptions, but I would assume that they would have to. I don't know, but it's just, I'm not doing it. So.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm concerned about, going out into the marketplace and having to get one just to work, or having to, if you have some kind of procedure, they're going to push it on you at, hospital, clinic.
What are you doing?
Her tooth fell out.
Her tooth fell out. She finally lost that wiggly tooth. Oh my goodness. Well, what do you want to tell everybody? Don't drop it. Okay. Look at that little tooth. What do you want to tell everybody?
How did that happen? You were almost?
Oh, I was almost asleep. And then suddenly, when I was drinking some water, it just plopped out right on my tongue.
Oh, you're lucky you didn't swallow it.
Oh, wow. Right. Yeah, good thing it fell out before she went to bed or sleep.
I know. All right, I'm going to go up. I'm going to help her get into bed. Bye, everybody.
Right. Sounds great. Bye, Radix. Hello, everyone. Hi, live chat. I'm in for Mo tonight. She's still taking care of her family and uncle. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the share. We're going to do news and let's see. Going to do news and some songs and get you to the Megan Mullet show. I'm the bridge. So here we go. right. So we'll get into some news and maybe some Twitter stuff. I thought we'd watch this from Alex Lanes. She's been on Chris Moore's show, Your Voice, Your Call. I co-host that show with him.
Well, liberals are now dictating Christmas, so roll the clip.
No gun. No, not even a Nerf gun.
So Santa's a Democrat. Nice. Well, Soy Santa better watch out before he gets one of those decor boxes straight to the dome. This also reminds me of when the left cried over the gun emoji. Now they're going after Christmas and dictating what children should and shouldn't be gifted. But I'm pretty sure if the little boy asked for a dress and a sex change, they'd be all about it. But I don't know. Maybe Santa watched A Christmas Story too many times over quarantine, but he should know that Santa's job is to make children happy. It's not your job to push your ideals onto a child, especially one that's just asking for a toy gun. But leave it up to the politically correct to ruin Christmas for children as the cake topper of 2020. Leave your politics out of it. Well,
I love that, girl. Woo! I thought that was pretty awesome. So, going along with that, sorry if I make you dizzy, but it's so hard because of the bookmarks. You can't like move them around and really stack them the way I want to. And there's a follow-up to this. So let me find it. Close your eyes if you have to. I'm sorry if I'm making you dizzy. Oh, maybe I don't even have it in. Okay, you know what? I think. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I saved it over here. With anticipation that going through my oh no. All right. Let's see. Sorry about this, guys. Something messed up on my Firefox today and screwed around with my the way I do things. So here's a follow-up.
So there was a huh? Yeah. Well, we're so sorry about that. Okay. Can Santa come in?
This is big. But I heard you were coming to check on me from Alma's house.
Yeah, well, I heard about this up at the North Pole.
Yeah, me.
And I rushed downhill.
But this is crazy. Listen for this. What? Wait.
It's just a Nerf gun.
Wow, this is crazy, this thing.
What do you say?
Thanks.
Well, thank you.
Michael, what do you say to Santa?
I said thanks.
Okay.
He did.
All right, I'm going to end it there, but I thought that was pretty funny. What a good follow-up to that first video. So Santa got him the Ultra Nerf gun. I love it. Oh my gosh, I just love it. All right, so moving on to this. I'm not sure if you all are aware of this. It's something I kind of stumbled upon. But if you go to the whitehouse.gov advent calendar and then click on the days with the picture, comes up, and today is December 8th, and it says the tradition of displaying a Christmas tree made of cranberries in the Red Room began in 1975, later becoming a favorite of First Lady Nancy Reagan. The petite crimson tree made by hand in the White House and featuring more than 200 cranberries is replaced midway through the holiday season to maintain freshness. So there you go. The White House Gov has an advent calendar. It's kind of nice. Christmassy. All right. We'll get into some news now. I pulled some articles, and I usually do this pull some articles that maybe aren't covered, kind of like, side stuff, not really the news of the day, but still stuff that's important to kind of know about. So this one is, and I'm not going to close my bookmarks just because I'm having a hard time with it. This other window pops up. I'll have to figure that out later. So anyway, Schumer, this is from WND, and it just says by WND staff. Schumer supporting Biden plan to create open showers in public schools, which is outrageous. So Barack Obama issued an executive order just before leaving office, forcing schools receiving federal funding to let boys who identify as girls use girls' bathrooms and showers. President Trump immediately reversed the order. But now, Democratic Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he supports Biden's vow to restore Obama's order on his first day in office. Schumer was asked by a reporter Tuesday. Joe Biden said on his first day of office, he will give transgender students access to sports, bathrooms, and locker rooms in accordance with their gender identity in federally funded schools. Do you think he has the ability to do this? And do you agree with his decision? Schumer responded, I agree with the decision, and I know he'll check things out thoroughly, legally. Jordan Davidson at The Federalist noted that Biden has also promised to immediately reverse Trump administration policies that he believes are discriminatory and implement an agenda to advance global LGBTQ plus rights and development. So I'm not going to read much more of that. We all know what that means. So stay tuned for that. I did see an article too. I don't think I pulled that one because it had lots of ads and tweets in it about Pelosi agreeing with us, which, we wouldn't be surprised about that. But okay, so next, I did pull a Breitbart article. So, I just pull articles and, you decide what the news is and what to believe. So Pope Francis adopts Joe Biden's slogan, Build Back Better. Pope Francis has chosen Joe Biden's slogan, Build Back Better. This was published December 5th by Thomas D. Williams. To describe his vision, so Pope Francis has chosen Joe Biden's slogan, Build Back Better, to describe his vision for the Great Reset after the coronavirus pandemic, saying he finds the expression quite striking. The theme of this year's celebration is Build Back Better toward a disability inclusive, accessible, and sustainable post-COVID-19 world, the Pope wrote in his message this week for the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, while adding, I find the expression building back better quite striking. As Gian Guido Vecchi noted in an article Friday in the Italian daily, Italian words, Corriere della Sera, the Vatican chose to translate the Italian title, Reconstruire Miglio, using the exact words that Biden employs. On his official website, Biden explains the message behind Build Back Better by insisting that this is no time to just build back to the way things were before, with the old economy's structural weaknesses and inequality still in place. This is the moment to imagine and build a new American economy for our families in the next generation. Biden's version of the World Economic Forum, Great Reset, looks remarkably similar to that of Pope Francis. We will be able to regenerate society and not return to so-called normality, which is an alien normality. Indeed, which was alien before the pandemic. The pandemic highlighted it, he said, adding that the old normality was sick with injustice, inequality, and environmental degradation. In his recent op-ed for the New York Times, the Pope wrote that this is a moment to dream big, to rethink our priorities, what we value, what we want, what we seek, and to commit to act in our daily life on what we have dreamed of. Okay. So enough of that. We know where the Pope stands on the Great Reset. All right. This next article, this is from No Q Report, and it's by Christian Headlines. And it's 127, and that's what it says, by Christian Headlines. So I don't know know if that's a real name or not. So 127 abortion clinics have closed since 2015, and Life is Winning pro-life group says. So a new report by pro-choice organization has drawn opposite reactions along the abortion divide by showing that dozens of independent abortion clinics have closed in the past 5 years. The 18-page report by the Abortion Care Network says 127 independent abortion clinics have closed since 2015, including at least 14 this year and 27 in 2019. The network is an association of independent community-based abortion providers. Nearly 3/5 or 58% of abortions in the U.S. are performed by independent abortion clinics, according to the report. Planned Parenthood performs 37% of the nation's abortions, the report says. And since 2012, the number of independent abortion clinics has fallen 34% from 510 to 337 today. Time reported on the news under the headline, "Abortion clinics are rapidly closing and many won't come back." So 41 independent clinics have closed in the past 2 years. Of those, 76% perform abortions after the first trimester. Independent clinics are a major source of late-term abortions. 81% of U.S. clinics that provide abortions after 22 weeks are independent clinics. The report blamed the closures on 2 reasons: finances and pro-life laws that restrict abortions. Medically unnecessary abortion restrictions and financial barriers make it challenging for many clinics to keep their doors open at all, the report said. These challenges increase for clinics that provide care as pregnancy progresses, making them more vulnerable to closing. This, in turn, threatens to make already scarce abortion care beyond the first trimester increasingly difficult to access. But pro-lifers on social media celebrated the news. Life, period, is, period, winning, period. And we're here for it. Students for Life tweeted with a link to the Time story. So Students for Life of America at Students for Life on Twitter. So Michael New, a professor at the Catholic University of America, said the Time story ignored an important reason behind the abortion clinic closures. Since 2012, the U.S. abortion rate has fallen by over 13%. Fewer abortion facilities, he tweeted. Nobody said running. Oh, oops, sorry, that was an ad. Colleagues have called me the worst fundraiser ever. Oops, wait, this must be something else. I'm sorry, that must be something else. I don't know if that was the end of the article. That was kind of odd. Sorry about that. So this is from the Federalist. And this was China-funded Facebook fact checker is now censoring criticism of its fake fact checks. And this was December 7th by Tristan Justice. Facebook is censoring criticism of a fake fact check published by an independent fact checker who is bankrolled by both China and big tech. The Federalist published a piece Monday headlined, "The Georgia vote counting video was not debunked, not even close," by Federalist senior editor Molly Hemingway, which investigates how one of Facebook's designated fact checkers supposedly debunked claims related to an explosive video corroborating Republican charges of election fraud in Georgia. Moments before the post was published on Facebook, however, the company released a notification to users that the post had been flagged for misinformation based on a supposed fact check by one of its third-party fact checkers, Lead Stories. According to Lead Stories, which relies on funding from a mix of Silicon Valley tech giants, Google and Facebook, in addition to Chinese-operated ByteDance, headquartered in Beijing, allegations of unmonitored ballot counting in Georgia based on footage released last week supporting Republicans' timelines of events bear no merit. Hemingway pointed out in the censored article serving as a fact check to the fact check that Lead Stories merely regurgitated talking points from government officials that fly in the face of sworn affidavits from Republican observers and contemporaneous news accounts that corroborate to the point Republican charges that poll watchers were told counting had ceased at one polling site while officials kept counting, which is illegal. As seen in the 12-minute video below, observers exited the room before officials appeared to open a series of trunks filled with ballots in Fulton County, raising questions that the process didn't facilitate a fair and free election in the state decided by less than 13,000 votes. While Lead Stories accurately spells out that the state election officials have dismissed the charges that the video purports to show ballot fraud, Facebook's arbiter of truth offers nothing more than government claims. The explosive video, meanwhile, matches election day reporting from Republicans and legacy outlets that observers were let out of the room on election night. Hemingway's piece, relying on contemporaneous news accounts and legal filings to critique Lead Stories' dubious fact-check, elevated as the final word on the issue in the 21st century public square, however, is flagged as censored by an independent fact-checker because they disagree with it. All right, I'm going to play another video and we'll have a song. Oops, there we go. Let's do a song.
Rising up, don't be afraid. Here comes the winds of change. Now's the time for us to shine. It won't be easy in these end times. Walk in love, yeah, we must walk in love and walk in truth, yeah, we must walk in truth. Dark and light, we know what we're supposed to do. On the water, be the gentle melody, be the wave that crashes over, be the whisper in the breeze, be the echo through the mountains, the mighty voice upon a hill, be the rumble of a volcano, an avalanche about to go. Some might hide in these times, deny and pull away. We must be alive, give them our hand, give them our hand, teach the truth, and be a friend. You gotta be a friend. Walk in love, walk in truth. You must walk in truth. Dark and light, we know what we're supposed to do. Hey, on the water, be the gentle melody, be the wave that crashes over, be the whisper the water, be the gentle melody.
Like a voice on a hill full of masses, passing on our love, showing compassion. It is important we never forget this. We must walk in truth and spread the message. Gotta live in light and let it shine on. When we bind together, we can ride on. Without each other, we would have nothing. Mr. Mom, the Lord is not loving. It's an loving.
Cool. That was from Abby Cook with Fortunate Patriot. And I will drop that link for you in the live chat. If there is someone that can drop it in the YouTube live chat, I'd really appreciate it. I'm not signed in there right now. Here you go. All right. Love some blue eyes. And let's see how I can get back to my... Oh, there. That worked pretty slick. All right. Let's see. Let's read some more articles. See where I'm at here. All right. So this came out of Minnesota, which I was glad. This is KSDP globalists. But Republicans defy Evers and put Christmas tree in closed Capitol. So, it's by the Associated Press. Republican lawmakers have erected their own Christmas tree in the Wisconsin Capitol Rotunda in defiance of Governor Tony Evers' administration. The Department of Administration typically places a towering evergreen in the rotunda to celebrate winter holidays, Christmas, but Evers decided not to do so this year because the building is closed to the public due to the coronavirus pandemic. Republican reps Paul Tittle and Shay Sortwell asked the DOA on December 1st for a permit to erect a historical display in the rotunda from December 1st through January 6th. The DOA denied the permit. The lawmakers set up a Christmas tree in the rotunda anywhere, complete with a sign saying the tree is theirs and no one should remove it. So, this next article is out of the Federalist, and it's by Joy Pullman from December 7th. Feds canceling tests will hide for years how school shutdowns screwed kids. 4 to 6 months ahead of possible testing times, the test commissioners preemptively canceled this only way to measure the effect of varying school shutdown regulations across state lines. I wonder why they did that. A federal agency is canceling congressionally mandated nationwide tests scheduled for 2021, ending the only way to reliably measure the effect of different school shutdowns across state lines until approximately 2023. The agency's commissioner announced the day before Thanksgiving. The change in operations and lack of access to students to be assessed means that NAEP will not be able to produce estimates of what students know and can do that would be comparable to either past or future national or state estimates, said James Woodworth, the commissioner of the U.S. Department of Education's National Center for Educational Statistics in a November 25th statement. The National Assessment of Educational Progress is a biannual test in reading and math that Congress requires states to participate in to get federal K through 12 funding. Because states water down their tests to hide how poorly many American children are educated, and NAEP uses higher standards separated from politically manipulated policies such as teacher evaluations, it is considered the nation's gold standard test. It has operated since 1969, and its next test window is early 2021. Usually the test results fully come out in the calendar year after they are collected, meaning the postponement likely eliminates this important window into national achievement until 2022. That's 3 years of hiding the truth about how governors have damaged American kids and our nation's future, while foreign competitors have kept their children in school because COVID is a low risk for young people. On July 31st, the NAEP's governing board passed a resolution urging the commissioner to carry out the tests as legally mandated. It noted, in a time of such unprecedented disruption to education and assessment, there is a need to collect reliable and valid data to understand and compare student achievement across the nation, states, select large urban districts, and various student subgroups to support effective policy, research, and resource allocation. It also noted that the NCES had developed plans to safely administer the tests, and Congress was considering additional funding to make that possible. U.S. Education Secretary Betsy DeVos has continued to require states to follow the law and administer their own annual test, yet she wrote in a November 24th letter to Congress that she directed NAEP to cancel the 2021 tests as a consequence of governor and schools' decision to create chaotic schooling environments that complicate testing. The 2021 NAEP test would have shed light on the significant learning loss followed the school closures last spring and the widespread failure to reopen schools this fall, DeVos wrote. While the data would have been helpful, the much more valuable and actionable measures of learning loss will be annual assessments required of states by the Every Student Succeeds Act. I strongly believe that the states should implement their own assessments on schedule in spring 2021, given that they do not face the same constraints as NAEP and have ample time to plan for successful test administration tailored to their unique circumstances. In addition to participating in a biannual NAEP, federal law requires states to administer their own tests annually as a condition of receiving federal funds. Woodworth noted that states will still be conducting their own tests this coming spring, asserting that is safer than having NAEP personnel do it. He made no mention of having considered ways to still achieve the law's objective of transparency in exchange for public funding for education by measures such as asking states to build NAEP questions into state assessments, having local teachers proctor their own classes for the NAEP tests, or using remote proctoring, which is common in higher education. Historically, Republicans have made deals with Democrats to increase federal funding for K-12 in exchange for so-called accountability measures, most of which are tied to tests. With no consistent and reliable test results for nearing a decade now, testing was also both disrupted and rendered less useful with the massive Common Core overhaul President Obama forced on the nation. Democrats once again continue to achieve their objectives while requiring Republicans to forfeit theirs. It's long past time for Republicans to stop playing this game and release states from federal education meddling. It only works as a ratchet to the left. If state and federal agencies can ignore federal law because pandemic, and the Obama administration could ignore the law because progress, states can ignore federal education law because the U.S. Department of Education is unconstitutional. So there was that. And this was from Big League Politics. It's by Jose Nino. And it's AOC received Employee of the Month award from Goya Foods CEO after her boycott demands boosted sales. Goya Foods CEO Bob Unanu recently named Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez Employee of the Month, a move that caught many by surprise. Unanu rationalized this decision by citing AOC's calls for a boycott of the company back in the middle of July. According to a report by the Daily Caller, Unanu told conservative radio host Michael Berry that his company's sales rose by 1,000% after AOC began her calls for a boycott of the company. Wow. Wow. Maybe I'm probably saying that wrong. I'm sorry if I'm butchering his name. Unanu was the subject of much criticism after he said the United States was blessed to have President Donald Trump leading the nation. Former Housing and Urban Development Secretary and failed presidential candidate Julian Castro, and AOC were some of the leading critics of Unanu's pro-Trump remarks. Unanu is of the opinion that AOC is young and naive. However, he still believes that she might grow out of this phase of political immaturity. We still have a chance with AOC. I don't know about that. I don't think so, but he continued, I love her. You know, I don't like her. She was actually our employee of the month. I don't know if you knew about this. Barry admitted that he was unaware, and Unanu broke down how her demand for a boycott of Goya products served as free advertising for the company. When she boycotted us, our sales actually increased 1,000%, so we gave her an honorary. We were able to hand it to her. She got Employee of the Month for bringing attention to Goya and our adobo, Unanu observed. Since everything is politicized in our current political correctness order, people's very food choices will now be called into question if certain corporate leaders say things outside of the acceptable window of public opinion. Oh my gosh, people, this is just so crazy. Okay, back to the article. Corporate America needs more leaders like Unanu who freely express themselves regardless of what the mob has to say. The more leaders who aren't afraid to speak out and hold the line, the easier it will be to defeat the PC mob. All right, I'm going to play another song and we'll go on with the news.
We're in the middle with Trump. You know it, baby. We're in the middle with Trump. They tried to get him with a tape on a bus, lying on the news every day, making a fuss. Yeah. When things ain't going their way, and then they run and hide when they don't like what you say. Liberal lunatics to the left of me, rhinos to the right. Thank God I'm in the middle with Trump. Yeah, thank God I'm in the middle with Trump. Yeah, hey, how's this for a Russian conspiracy? A Russian reset with that dope Hillary. Obama said it had much more flexibility, and then he turned our DOJ into the KGB. Little lunatics to the left of me, rhinos to the right. Thank God I'm in the middle with Trump. Yeah, thank God I'm in the middle with Trump. Yeah, Russian collusion's a delusion. It's all left wing, no pollution. Liberals. Yeah, all that hating and race baiting leaves a bad taste. I keep tasting liberals. Yeah, everything about liberals I find bizarre, but this time they took it just a little too far. For 2 long years they told the tale so tall, only to find it was never any collusion at all. Liberal lunatics to the left of me, rhinos to the right. Thank God I'm in the middle with Trump. Yeah, thank God I'm in the middle with Trump. Yeah, for all their insubordination, sedition, and defamation labels. For what they did to our great nation and prisoners, you be facing labels. Come on, America! We're in the middle with Trump. From the Smoky Mountains to the Colorado Rockies. From Detroit Rock City to the Bayou. We're in the middle with Trump. A little town called Massapequa, Long Island, to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We're in the middle with Trump. Coney Island to Biscayne Bay. We're in the middle to everybody who woke up, walked away, and never looked back. From my hometown, New York City, to Mar-a-Lago, West Palm Beach. We're in the middle to all our first responders, the bravest, the wisest, the boldest, and New York City's finest. We're in the middle to everyone who believes in due process, freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, and American sovereignty. We're in the middle with Trump. To all our great veterans, and everyone currently serving in the United States military. We're in the middle with Trump. To the bikers and truckers of America. We're in the middle with Trump. To all of us deplorables who cling to our religion and cherish our guns. We're in the middle with Trump. To everybody at the NRA fighting every day for our great state of Texas. America is now Trump country, and this party's just getting started.
All right. A shout out to Tooth Sweets. I love his music. And thank God we're in the middle with Trump. All right. So back to the news. Let's see what else I picked out for news. I think that was part of that article. Okay. I'll read this one. One news now. This was about attorney, inhumane treatment of girls won't last forever. And this was from December 8th by Chris Woodward. Though the Supreme Court decided on Monday not to take up an appeal from parents who want to prevent students from using the school locker rooms and bathrooms for the gender with which they identify, one attorney doesn't think they'll have to wait long for another challenge. In the case from school district in Dallas, Oregon, near the state capitol, parents sued over policy in 2017, saying it caused embarrassment and stress. A lower court refused to block the policy, and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed that ruling, writing that the school district did not violate students' constitutional rights or a law that protects people from discrimination based on sex in education programs. We're really left not knowing why the Supreme Court didn't take the case, says Matt Staver, founder and chairman of Liberty Counsel. On the other hand, what we do know is that there's many other cases like this that will make their way to the U.S. Supreme Court. They're probably looking just for the right case where those that want to take the case, they're going to want to, I believe, overturn a bad decision. So while concerned parents will have to wait, he asserts their wait will not be long because there are many others that will be percolating up to the High Court. Until then, Staver advises students and parents to complain and go vigorously to all the authorities because it is a matter of privacy and a matter of protecting young girls. We know some unfortunate situations where some girls are so afraid to even use the restroom that they don't use the restroom during the day, which causes some accidents later on, the attorney relays. He calls what is being done to young girls absolutely embarrassing, uncalled for, unnecessary, and inhumane. About 15,000 people live in Dallas, a town in an agricultural area 15 miles west of Salem. Oh my gosh, whoever thought that these issues would be so... Just like, do the right thing, people. Come on. Oh, all right. So this is one from Big League Politics, and it's from Shane Trejo, and it's Laura Loomer exposes Republican sabotage of pro-Trump congressional candidates in Florida. I haven't heard much out of Laura Loomer. I'm not sure if any of you have. Haven't been hearing too much news about her, but I did catch this. So, banished journalist Laura Loomer is not retreating away from the limelight following her congressional race. She is continuing to use her voice to call out political corruption. Loomer is blowing the whistle about the GOP officials in Florida who worked to sabotage her 21st district congressional campaign and make it impossible to overcome the odds and defeat Democrat Rep. Lois Frankel. Did you know the Republican Party plotted to sabotage my campaign more than the Democrat Party ever did? Loomer wrote in a Parler post. If the Republican Party leadership went out of their way to sabotage me as a Trump-endorsed Republican congressional nominee, imagine what they are doing to Trump right now, she added. In broad daylight, there have been betrayals of President Trump and the whistleblowers who observed grotesque fraud on Election Day. The worst betrayals have arguably come from Georgia Governor Brian Kemp and Arizona Governor Doug Ducey, who both certified the dubious vote in their state and have steadfastly refused investigations despite an overwhelming amount of improprieties. The GOP wants Biden to win, but they want to collect as many Trump fundraising dollars from his grassroots supporter while pretending to care about the sanctity of our elections, Loomer said. Trust me, I had firsthand experience dealing with these liars, she added. Big League Politics reported on Loomer's early momentum running her race when she was dominating in fundraising. So then, unfortunately for Florida's 21st U.S. congressional district, the GOP did all they could to stop Loomer's momentum so Democrats could retain the seat. This is why so many conservative Republicans are considering a boycott of the Georgia Senate runoff races right now. So there was that. And I have just a few more articles, and then I'm just going to go ahead and play a little bit more music, I think. Let's see. I got this one from Minnesota. This is a follow-up. I think I read it here. It's Alpha News. I really like this Alpha News, Minnesota. It's from December 8th, and I'm not going to show the video, but this was a woman in Linden, Minnesota, whose restaurant was shut down over Thanksgiving, and she defied the order. And then I do believe there's a lawsuit pending, but this is a follow-up. So a local sheriff was called on a Linden, Minnesota restaurant owner last week because she remained open after one of her licenses was suspended for violating the governor's coronavirus mandates. Southwest Health and Human Services sent a letter Wednesday to Larvita McQuarr, owner of Haven's Garden, informing her that her food service license had been suspended because she opened a restaurant for in-person service. The letter said an SWHHS employee observed approximately 80 to 100 people consuming food and beverages inside Haven's Garden during an open mic night over the Thanksgiving weekend. Gosh, is it really bad if I want to shout out to those 80 to 100 people in Minnesota? Oh, all right, I can't help it. The health agency told Farquhar that she could face fines and jail time for operating her restaurant during a license suspension, but she still didn't close her doors, so the Lyon County Sheriff's Office was called to investigate. What's going to happen is that I'm going to write up in a report that your license is suspended and there is food being distributed. I'm going to write up a report and I'm going to send it off to the necessary entity to let them be aware of that, a sheriff's deputy told Farquhar Thursday, according to a brief video of the incident. And then the responding officer said the sheriff's office got a complaint on it, so he was coming to investigate the complaint. And then McFarquhar asked the officer if it is the responsibility of the sheriff's office to investigate complaints involving a food service license. I'm just coming to confirm to see if it happened and then letting them know if it is, he said. Do you guys always take care of this kind of complaint? Asked McFarquhar. That's what's happening today, I guess, the officer replied. McFarquhar has been threatened with thousands of dollars in fine and up to a year in jail in a lawsuit by Attorney General Keith Ellison. She joined Fox and Friends Sunday morning to discuss the situation and vowed to keep fighting. We have customers coming in from all over the state to say they support us, and people from the town are coming in to say they support us and they understand what I am doing and they want to take a stand with me, she said. Good for her to take a stand. She's braver than a lot, I think. Wow. And that article was by Anthony Gakowski. All right, let's see. This is out of Minnesota too, and this is Alpha News again, but I think it could affect a lot more people than just our state. New ethnic studies requirement seeks to turn Minneapolis students into agents of change. Doesn't that sound daunting? Again, by the same author. It's important for us to recognize that our history and our understanding of history has been rooted in white supremacy for a long, long time in the United States, certainly and elsewhere, said school board member Nelson Ines. Oh my goodness. The Minneapolis Board of Education hopes its new ethnic studies requirement will help students develop skills to become agents of change and create a learning environment that leads to action. Starting with the class of 2025, all Minneapolis students must earn a passing grade in an ethnic studies course, according to a resolution passed by the school board earlier this month. It is our responsibility to provide this opportunity for deep examination of power structures in our society, along with identifying ways and developing skills to become agents of change, states the resolution. The amended graduation requirements define an ethnic studies course as one that includes the explicit exploration of identity and intersectionality, prioritizes the history and culture of historically marginalized groups, discusses the history and current role of race, racism, and anti-racist work, and creates interdisciplinary learning that leads to action. Oh, so this is so heavy, but this is what they're doing, folks. They're still pushing it. And even though I thought President Trump signed an order or something that, oh no, that was for federal agencies. So just more on it. Keith Ellison is the chair of the school board and noted that the state rep has introduced a bill in the Minnesota House to require ethnic studies in all public schools statewide. Sounds like more indoctrination, if you ask me. It's sad. I really think Minneapolis is probably lost. They're still working on defunding the police up there and so on. So, okay, I just have like 5 minutes left. I'm going to play a song and then another song. And let's see. Sorry about that. Thought I had a different one pulled. All right.
Stay strong and carry on, my love. Won't be long till I'm back at home and in your arms where I belong. Stay safe, stay strong and carry on, my love. You won't be long till I'm back at home and in your arms where I belong. Just like the stars in the city sky, you can see hiding behind all the city lights. I will guide you, I'm still with you in mind. And so, if there's ever a time you feel empty inside, still searching for something you left behind, I'm beside you. Just pause for a moment and smile for me. Stay safe, stay strong and carry on, my love. You won't be long till I'm back at home and in your arms where I belong. Stay safe, stay strong and carry on, my love. You won't be long till I'm back at home and in your arms where I belong. Say enough about these guys and girls. So to all those first responders, keeping us from harm's way, putting all those hours in, all my friends working day and night, making it right here, tunnel the towers, bringing us hope like a ray of sunshine, peeking through the clouds, clearing the showers. Well, here's to you, 2 shots of whiskey, 1 Jameson, 1 Johnny Powers. From Coney Island to Seaside Heights, Long Beach, Freeport, the Lower East Side, Paso People, the Sheepshead Bay, a city island to the Rockaways, Howard Beach and Tottenville, Midland, Belmar, up and down to Sayville, Broad Channel never lost her will, and Breezy Point, we will be there. We never lost our will to survive, we will get by. We never lost our will to survive, we will be there.
don't think I've heard that one before. I like that. I'll drop that one into live chat. And if someone would pass it over to YouTube, that would be awesome. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, yeah, it's hard, people. It's like, how many of those people want to speak out, but they're concerned of losing their job and their livelihood. And they know, the stories other than what it is, but God, they got families to feed and bills to pay, So I think the next show hosts are here. Hello.
How's it going? How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Cedar Rapids. I'm just chilling in Cedar Rapids.
I'm back.
Oh my goodness. Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
What's up, Sunny Days? Hey, great show. Great show. Hey, I didn't hear that Toots song before as well. I think that was post 9/11.
Oh, heck yeah. I love that song.
Oh,
That's
was
a great
it?
song. Yeah.
I love that song.
There were a lot of masks in it.
Okay, maybe I don't know. Maybe
maybe it's a newer version, but yeah, that's the Liberty Manifesto, right?
It says tribute to first responders, stay safe, keep the faith. April 10th, 2020. So maybe it was.
Yeah, he redid it then. Yeah, because that's the Liberty Manifesto song.
Okay. Well, great tune. I liked it.
Pretty sure.
Hey, you're like this jukebox playing all kinds of great music. I love it.
I just, read these articles and then, like my throat dries out and I gotta I would play a song. I love the songs anyway, so
I totally understand.
Wonderful tribute to first responders and people in the medical profession who are responding to the scamdemic.
Gosh darn it, you guys. Do you always have to bring him with you?
Hey.
I'm kidding. I love it. I love it. You guys have a great show.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sonny.
All right.
Awesome.
Good night.
Awesome.
Good night.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Salty.
All
Tell me
right.
you got my email.
I did. However, I just got it actually.
I can play it.
Yeah, can you play it? Yeah, because I tried to open it and
okay.
Yeah, it's not letting me.
This is, by the way, this is the Mega Mullet show opener. This is the Salty Crystal edition. I just tweaked it. Added a couple.
Oh, you added a couple. I'll fix that for you. Yeah, you remember that though?
Absolutely.
You remember that with the clips? You all fixed it,
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Well, okay, come on, mouse.
Remember
My mouse needs to work.
Remember the time? Okay, moving on.
Yes. Give me 1
It
second.
was true. Do you remember it?
I don't know why my mouse loses control. Oh, here we go. Okay.
He didn't.
Here we go.
That. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Maga Mullet Show. I see you all out there in D Live. Thank you for being here with us. Maga Swagga is going to play the show opener, and we will get to some big news, actually, right?
All right. Can you guys see it?
Mm-hmm.
You guys ready? Here we go. Come on.
Do it.
Wait a second. Oh. Okay, wait. I gotta start over.